The Committee on Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call?
Morning. Senator Oakland Benta. Senator Benta, absent. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Allison L. Digazan. Senator Digazan, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Janelle K. Saro. Present. Senator Saro, present. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Here.
Senator Viale, present. Mr. Chairman, there are 3 present and 4 absent.
Please mark Senator DeGraff as present, and please mark Senator Donna Fred Gregory as tardy. And you may proceed if you have any correspondence to read into the record.
Mr. Chairman, there are 4 present, 2 absent, and 1 excused.
Can you read the excuse letter into the record?
I only have an excuse letter for Digazan.
Okay, go ahead and put it on the record.
Okay. December 9, 2020, Honorable Kurt Viale, Chairman, Committee on Finance, 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, number 20 Estate, Golden Rock, Christiansted, US VI 00820. Dear Chairman Viale, due to a previously scheduled medical appointment, I will not be able to attend today's Wednesday, December 9, 2020 Committee on Finance meeting, scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Chambers on the island of St. Croix. I am respectfully requesting my absence to be recorded as excused. My sincere apologies for any inconvenience my absence may cause. Sincerely, Allison L. Digazan, PhD, Member, Committee on Finance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers that we have assembled here today. Let's begin by reading block number 1. Madam Clerk.
Committee on Finance, Wednesday, December 9th, 2020, 10 a.m., Fritz E. Lawette's Legislative Chamber, Christiansted, St. Croix, USVI. Meeting agenda, Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. The Committee on Finance will receive a status update on the Envision Tomorrow Homeowner Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Program, the disaster recovery projects, and consider bills. The following items will be discussed. Projects deemed most critical to the community, example, hospitals, schools, etc. Projects that will utilize the Community Development Block Grant Program, CDBG mitigation funds. Projects where funds have been obligated, the name and amount. Projects with completed scope of work. The sum of invoices submitted to FEMA that awaits reimbursement. The amount of monies owed to contractors for the Blue Roof program. Status of dredging projects. Contractors hired, name, term of contracts, and the amount. And rentals of lease agreements entered into, the name, term of contracts, and the amount. Invited testifiers: Adrian L. Williams Octoline, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, VI Public Finance Authority. Darrell Griffith, Executive Director, VI Housing Finance Authority.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to begin by allowing those individuals who are participating virtually to put the name and title on the record, starting with the Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning, Senator Kurt VLA. I'm Darrell Griffith, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. I'll let my team go ahead and introduce themselves.
And
Good
let them
morning,
turn on the cameras
Senator
whenever you're
Bailey.
introducing yourself, please.
Okay, my camera is on. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Darren Richardson, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Chief Operating Officer.
Next.
Good morning. Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning, Senator Dave Martin, Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, Housing Finance Authority.
That's it for you?
Yes, that's my entire team. Thank you, sir.
Okay, next, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Hi, good morning, Senator. This is Adrian Williams, Octoline, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
And members of your staff.
Good morning. This is Archer Watlington Francis, the Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Next.
Good morning. Good morning, Melinda Vigilant Mesa, Territorial Public Assistance Officer.
Next.
Good morning, Graciela Rivera, Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer.
That is it, Director?
Yes, that is it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to go straight into the testimony. Colleagues, we'll hear from both the Housing Finance Authority and the Office of Disaster Recovery, and then we'll have an opportunity to ask questions. I hope that the information provided by both entities today will help the public to understand exactly what is taking place. I'll begin with Ms. Williams Octoline. You may proceed.
Oh, forgot to get muted. Okay. All right. Good morning, Senator Kurt A. Viale, Chairman of the 33rd Legislature Committee on Finance, other members of the committee, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Adrienne L. Williams Octolin, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery, a component of the VIPFA. I am joined by Artra Watleton Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance, Melinda Vigilant Messer, Territorial Public Assistance Officer, and Graciela Rivera, Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to come before this auspicious body to provide a status update on the disaster recovery projects in the territory. As you are aware, the Office of Disaster Recovery, established within the PFA in February of 2019, serves as the center of coordination for federal disaster recovery funds across all governmental departments, semi-autonomous agencies, and private nonprofit entities. ODR's primary responsibilities in relation to recovery can be succinctly categorized in 3 areas: get the money, spend it correctly. The government of the VI anticipates receiving about $8 billion through various federal programs over the next 5 to 8 years to aid in the recovery from Hurricanes Irma and Maria. To date, $4.96 billion, or 65% of that estimated $8 billion, has been allocated to the territory, and $1.62 billion, or 21%, has been expended. The territory anticipates receiving this funding from 4 main federal programs: FEMA Public Assistance, Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, HUD's Community Development Block Grant, Disaster Recovery Program, and Federal Highway Emergency Relief Program. The Public Assistance Grant Program has received $2.41 billion of the anticipated $5 billion, and to date, $1.53 billion has been expended from this program. The Hazard Mitigation Grant Program has received $71.7 million of the $483.5 million that the territory is expected to receive. $5.48 million has been expended to date for this program. The Department of Transportation FHWA program received $55.7 million of the $68 million allocated to the territory to repair damages to roads and bridges. To date, $20.9 million has been expended. The HUD CDBGR program, administered by VIHFA, has received $242.7 million in Tranche 1 and $779 million in Tranche 2 of the $1.9 billion expected to be received from the program. $30.8 million of those funds have been expended to date. There is also an estimated $141 million of other disaster recovery funds that have been made available to the territory and awarded to local agencies, to include the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Department of Health, the Department of Education, and the VI Port Authority. Since this office's last appearance in June of 2020 before this body, $216 million has been obligated and $165 million has been expended. ODR tracks over 1,500 projects across these federal resources. Of this total, 1,314 projects are funded by the Public Assistance Program. To date, 946 of these projects have obligated funds, and 368 are still left going through the process to obligation. The Hazard Mitigation Program has identified 19 projects to date. 90 projects to date. 50 have been obligated, and 40 are still pending obligation. CDBG-DR has a total of 38 projects identified in tranches 1 and 2 thus far. Of this amount, 9 projects have been issued notices to proceed. FHWA has funded a total of 95 projects that have been obligated. There are also 62 projects that are currently obligated with other disaster recovery funds. In totality, 212 of these projects are in progress at various stages, and 166 are construction type projects that are shovel ready, indicating that these projects have begun or ready to begin within a short period of time. And 669 projects have been completed. Governor Bryan identified 5 priority areas and developed the top 100 recovery projects that are critical to the territory's recovery. The priorities were established based on projects that are affected the largest percentage of the community, the criticality of the service, and project readiness. The priority projects are set around health and hospitals, schools, housing, utilities, and roads. ODR convenes regular top projects meetings with departments of projects that have been designated as a priority to ascertain the status and identify cross-cutting impediments to project completion, to include matters related to funding, permitting, and of course, procurement. Construction has update on health and hospitals. Construction has continued on the 110 temporary JFL hospital on St. Croix, with the structure now at approximately 90% completion. The overall project continues with 21 standalone external sub-projects still underway. The hospital is currently developing its transition plan, which allow for a streamlined and orderly relocation of hospital staff, patients, and salvageable equipment once the THS construction has been completed. Work is simultaneously being done to further permanent hospital projects. Execution of contracts with 3 firms to provide master planning and design services for the permanent facilities of the Wang F. Louis Hospital, the Charlotte Kimmel Cancer Center, Schneider Regional Medical Center, and the Myra Keating Smith Clinic will be completed this month. The design phase is expected to last anywhere between 6 to 8 months for the smaller facilities and 12 to 18 months for the 2 main hospitals. Final bill evaluations will be completed by the end of this month for A&E services for the Department of Health Charles Harward Complex. Evaluations are underway with bid selection and contract execution to be finalized by March 2021. It is anticipated that the design timeframe is 13 months. Education. The Department of Education officials are moving forward with the necessary planning for the rebuilding of schools, despite the fact that funding has yet to be obligated by FEMA. The federally mandated Facilities Master Plan was completed in June of this year. A total of 43 sites are currently under review for replacement or repair by FEMA under the Bipartisan Budget Act provisions, which allows for the inclusion of pre-disaster damages for funding. On April 7, 2020, the territory received official approval from FEMA on the replacement of Arthur A. Richards Junior High School, and demolition has started on that site. VIDE officials are working on the solicitation for the design of the rebuild of that school. A collaborative process to apply the FEMA-approved BBA education industry standards to the scope of work and cost estimate on the Arthur Richards campus is currently underway. The BBA allows for the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico to bring projects up to industry standards independent of pre-existing disaster conditions. Since this is a new provision in the PA program, FEMA is developing the policy and procedures for implementation. It is anticipated that once the process is developed and established for Arthur Richards, then the FEMA approval of the next set of schools will follow in quick succession. The Gramboco Building Temporary Curriculum Center project was recently obligated by FEMA in December, with solicitations for A&E design build services currently in development to undergo the procurement process. Additionally, construction is in progress for the Wheatley Skills Center modernization project. Construction at this site is anticipated to be completed in June 2021. And the Gladys Abraham campus contract is pending execution, and construction is anticipated to be completed in June 2021. Roads. The Department of Public Works continues to leverage multiple funding sources to address critical infrastructure needs across the territory. Through the Federal Highway Administration Emergency Relief Program, 95 project site locations have been obligated, with 54 of the project sites have all associated work completed to date. Concurrently, with the Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division, DPW is finalizing bid awards for 2 design-build projects across St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix for multiple retaining walls, bridges, road construction, as well as guardrails and culvert installations totaling $25 to $35 million. The Department of Public Works is also receiving $10 million from CDBG-DR program for two major road projects, the Dunu Bypass Road on St. Thomas and Northside Road on St. Croix. Contracts are pending finalization at the Department of Property and Procurement. DPW will also be leveraging FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program to ensure proper drainage is incorporated into future road projects. DPW began that RFP process for multiple HMGP projects to include Hannah's Rest Drainage, Improvement and Acquisition, Mahogany Road, Northside and Dunu, Smith Bay Road Stormwater Project, and Gallows Bay Drainage Improvement Project. DPW also continues its One Dig utility coordination strategy with both public and private partners, including WAPA, Waste Management Authority, VINGN, and VIA, in an effort to ensure a comprehensive approach to these infrastructure projects. FEMA PA-funded road projects are experiencing the greatest delays as the territory addresses FEMA's decision to renege on its prior approval of 40 roadway projects on St. Croix and St. Thomas, declaring tens of millions of dollars of damages ineligible. As a result, many essential major roadway reconstruction projects will be delayed by at least another year. With 81% of road projects being flagged for eligibility concerns, there is a chance that these projects may be determined ineligible for funding. ODR has expressed concern to FEMA on the pace of these road projects and the need to gain momentum in obligating funding for the territory's roads. And power. WAPA has developed a multifaceted resiliency plan funded by FEMA and HUD with over $742 million in mitigation projects, calling for installation of composite poles, increased undergrounding capacity, hardening of infrastructure, and emergency backup generators. WAPA continues towards its goal of transitioning 50% of customers to underground power, with the remaining above-ground connections leveraging composite poles. Undergrounding circuit designs have progressed for sites on all three islands to include undergrounding in Cruz Bay in St. John, Midland, Container Port, and Frederickstead in St. Croix, and are waiting approval by FEMA. Over 2,900 composite poles have been installed across the territory to date. WAPA's ongoing composite pole projects across the territory was temporarily halted by FEMA while a cost reasonableness analysis was completed. The installation of St. Thomas St. John composite poles will resume in January, while work on St. Croix composite poles has already resumed. Installation of composite poles on Water Island was completed in 2019, and the target completion dates for St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix will be late 2021. WAPA is also continuing to harden its infrastructure with the awarding of projects like the construction of the new concrete reinforced East End substation on St. Thomas. These measures will prevent wind-driven rain from entering the system and causing potential failures in the future. The project was funded for $9.8 million by FEMA through public assistance. Restoration of the East End substation on St. Thomas was completed in July 2020. WAPA also received approval from HUD and executed a $74 million contract with Wärtsilä for the purchase of additional generators. Doing this will increase the load capacity for St. Thomas St. John District and increase the percentage of renewables powering the system, bringing us closer to renewable energy generation goal of 30% by January 2025. And housing. Critical housing projects have made progress. The VI Housing Authority completed construction of the George Simmons Senior Center on St. John with an opening ceremony scheduled this month. The Housing Authority was also able to issue a notice to proceed to RG Engineering Incorporated for the demolition of the first 5 buildings of Tutu High Rise. With demolition mobilized, RG Engineering Incorporated has since started the abatement of the Tutu buildings. VIHA has also requested bids to complete roof repairs at Michael J. Kerwin Terrace Community and the Paul M. Pearson Gardens on St. Thomas. Bids are due to VIHA by Monday, December 21st and Tuesday, December 22nd, respectively. ODR continues to work closely with VIHFA and meet on a weekly basis to receive updates on Envision Tomorrow and CDBG-DR program. The VIHFA will, of course, provide an update on these projects as requested. In addition to these 5 priority areas, there are other projects with noteworthy statuses. BITEMA was awarded $22.5 million to complete a retrofit of the Emergency Operations Center in Estate Herman Hill. This project is currently being designed by Springline Architects and will also host the BIT Data Center and the 911 call center. Final discussions are taking place to proceed with the 30% design, which is needed for FEMA EHP review. Additionally, equipment and supplies for the tsunami warning system has been ordered and is expected to arrive in each district by January, with work scheduled to be completed by the end of May 2021. The VI Fire Service manages through 10 operational fire stations. While all 10 facilities were damaged during the storm, VI Fire Service is seeking replacement from public assistance for 2 stations on St. Thomas, 2 stations on St. Croix, and 2 stations on St. John. The Charles Tappy Seals Grove Place Fire Station was approved for hurricane wind retrofit upgrades, totaling $4.9 million. Through an agreement with VIPD, the facility will also include a footprint of the Weed and Seed program. Design work began in summer 2020. Final drawings are expected to be completed by January, with a project completion date of July 2022. Design work has also been approved for the Emile Berry and Emile Henderson fire stations via obligations of over $763,000 from HMGP this year. Infrastructure updates and repairs will also be made to the Herbert Canigata or the Richmond Fire Station, which was awarded $639,000 in mitigation funds to renovate all 3 buildings. VI Fire Service continues to work with FEMA to secure funds for the repairs and replacement of damaged stations and equipment across the territory. During year 3, over $12 million has been obligated from FEMA for the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation projects. ODR has been working closely with the SPR on 42 of the territory's priority parks and facilities projects. Over $1.4 million was awarded for the Emile Griffith Park. Construction is expected to begin in March 2021 and completed in September 2021. The Vincent F. Mason Coral Resort Pool project is moving forward with design and is scheduled to begin construction once final plans have been determined. The anticipated completion date for this project is December 2021. Construction was also completed on the Fairchilds Park, Emancipation Garden Park, Romeo Malone Center, Smith Bay Tiny Tots Playground, Franklin Roosevelt Veterans Park, and Omar Brown Park on St. Thomas. Design work is completed for the refurbishments to the recreational facility at Fort Frederick Beach in Frederickstead and Kramer's Park on the east end of St. Croix. Construction for both facilities is anticipated to be completed by spring 2021. DSPR was also awarded $2.6 million through FEMA Hazard Mitigation for the retrofit of the St. John Community Center. The new multipurpose community center will be retrofitted for use as a shelter and safe room designed to withstand hurricane-force winds. The Office of Disaster Recovery also continues to work with DPNR to progress both the fisheries and the historical preservation grants. ODR was able to provide DPNR with additional resources that have resulted in progress. Applications are now being received from fishers, eligibility reviews have commenced, and payments to fishers have been made. To date, phase 1 is 90% complete and has dispersed $755,000, and phase 2 is underway with an expected disbursement to fishers in excess of $1.4 million. While the ODR team and recovery stakeholders remain steadfast in moving the recovery along, we recognize that recovery is never fast enough. There are several ongoing challenges that continue to impact the pace and effectiveness of the recovery from Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Some challenges lie outside of the territory's control, while others are issues that we have identified. We must work to find solutions. With funding from FEMA, the RAND Corporation authored a recovery plan for the territory in almost a 400-page research report published in November. RAND credited the territory for the establishment of the Office of Disaster Recovery, while also echoing issues we are well aware of. The report highlights 4 cross-cutting capacity areas that will require continuous monitoring and various levels of a strategic approach as we progress through the years of recovery ahead. Improving the fiscal capacity of the VI government, expanding the workforce to ensure that there are skilled workers to meet the wide range of employment opportunities, addressing the critical need for additional housing, and making sure that the territory can handle the material needs of new constructions, such as concrete, asphalt, and the logistics to transport all of the required resources. The Office of Disaster Recovery and the Brian Roach administration is acutely aware of the issues identified in the report while navigating the complexities of large projects. It is unprecedented that the territory will be building 5 hospitals, building and repairing 43 schools, dozens of government buildings, and 42 parks and recreational facilities. It is like traffic during Carnival. The territory, not just ODR, must begin preparations to effectively supply what the next few years will necessitate. Another significant challenge that the territory faces is the bureaucracy of utilizing federal funds for projects. This challenge has been documented from disaster to disaster. Currently, several issues beyond the territory's control plague the recovery. A higher escalation factor is needed in order to develop a realistic cost estimate for fixed grant agreements using FEMA's Section 428 Public Assistance Alternative Procedure. The territory is at risk to accept capped 428 grants, which may be insufficient to complete the projects. And while the territory continues to collaborate with FEMA to maximize the number of 428 projects, FEMA is still working to provide fixed cost offers in a timely fashion. The territory has not received a final fixed offer for any BBA projects, with 84 projects pending to date. As a result, the territory submitted a 3rd time extension request to FEMA for 6 months through July 1, 2021, which is currently under consideration. The territory continues to advocate for a waiver of the local match requirement. Under the current situation, the USVI will have to dedicate a substantial portion of its HUD CDBG DR funds, as much as $500 million, to cover the non-federal share. If the 10% cost share is waived, the USVI can instead redirect these funds to critical needs. Additionally, accessing the HUD funds for match requires developing an application and eligibility determination for every project, which will require a significant amount of manpower for this effort. ODR will be undertaking the task to assist agencies in submitting applications to the CDBGR team. And I would be remiss if I did not underscore the need to build capacity. Many of the capacity issues projected early on in the recovery are beginning to manifest themselves. With the large number of recovery projects mobilizing within the territory, there is an increased need to augment the capacity within the government to manage the projects and the funding. ODR is acutely aware of this need and is consistently trying to identify strategies to address the problem. An immediate pressure point is the Department of Public Works. As the government of the Virgin Islands architect of record, the DPW is required to review and approve design and scope of all work of all capital projects. Typically, DPW processes about $10 million in capital projects a year, ranging from $1 to $2 million per project. During the first quarter of 2020 alone, there are 36 recovery projects in DPW's queue for review. ODR has consistently advocated for engineering support for DPW. With all of the private sector opportunities, it is difficult to attract and retain engineers in DPW. In many cases, agencies with vacancies are luring engineers from other agencies, but that only serves to create voids elsewhere. Until Monday of this week, there was one person, Mr. James Grum, responsible for approving capital projects. 4 new engineers were approved for hire, and 3 should all start by December 21, 2020, with 1 declining the offer. But this is but a tip of the iceberg in addressing the need. ODR also contracted with Springline Architects to provide scope of work development services. Funding for this is allocated within project costs, and all work is executed via task orders signed by both the user agency and ODR. Springline Architects has been assigned 25 projects valued at a total of $47 million for Vitima, Department of Sports, Parks and Rec, Office of Management and Budget, VI Fire Service, Department of Health, and the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Construction management support has also identified as the critical area of need. In anticipation and incorporating feedback provided by DPW, the ODR has issued an RFP for an additional A&E firm to provide not only design services, but construction management to ensure future projects entering the design and construction phases have the necessary resources in place for successful execution. Other remedies instituted by ODR address the areas of project management, training, and staffing. Many agencies continue to need additional support beyond their traditional staff to assist in managing their projects. ODR's advocated for management costs, obligations to administer disaster recovery projects, and fund critical hires for agencies. 6 agencies have received approval to fill positions for disaster recovery specialists, and ODR currently employs 8 individuals that are assigned to various agencies. The technical expertise of recovery consultants with O'Brien and Ernst & Young continue to be utilized by agencies as projects are developed, properly funded, and payments processed effectively and efficiently. ODR has instituted a consultant engagement process that requires all work being performed to be approved by ODR and the agencies for better cost management and tracking of activities. While progress has been made in addressing some of the capacity issues, significant gaps remain, and in much of the areas mentioned above and beyond. For example, as projects progress, payment processing demands will increase and require accountants and other financial management support. ODR has commenced these discussions with the University of the Virgin Islands and the Department of Labor to begin providing internships, employment, and training opportunities to ensure that we develop systems to build local capacity. The COVID pandemic has created its own set of challenges, which have impacted the recovery, though slight setbacks were experienced that affected the mobilization of some contractors. Overall, projects continue to progress. The ODR team has continued to work remotely through the pandemic, conducting agency meetings, contractor kickoffs, trainings, and interviews. Additionally, ODR has also taken on the task to track the influx of various COVID funds entering the territory, coordinating with various agencies, including the Office of Management and Budget and Vitima, to ensure funds are allocated appropriately and expended within the identified period of performance. ODR has added a COVID page to the website, similar to Irma and Maria funds. The road ahead. As we navigate the road ahead, several critical projects will enter the design phase, paving the way for construction in late 2021. Several other projects will begin construction to include the St. John Community Center, Charles C's Fire Station, the Fleming House, revitalization of the St. Croix Agricultural Office and Fairgrounds, DPNR office, the building on St. Croix, just to name a few. And you can find a more detailed look at year 4 in the 2020 Annual Recovery Progress Reports for Hurricanes Irma and Maria on our website at www.usviodr.com. Understanding that the road to recovery is long and involves navigating the complexities of several federal funding sources, each with its own prescribed method for operation. The territory still has a tremendous opportunity to rebuild these islands. I would like to thank the ODR staff who consistently rise to the occasion and answer the call to support. The demands that have created by $8 billion flowing through a pipe that has been sized for 6 times smaller is intense. Increasing the speed by which these projects are completed cannot be done with business as usual. We have to continue to develop efficient processes that in some cases may require legislative action and a paradigm shift in the procedures for hiring staff, executing procurement, and awarding contract. ODR has begun these discussions and is developing new systems with our recovery partners that have started with additional staffing for DPW and for the Department of Property and Procurement, and a system for prioritization of projects. Bill Vogel, FEMA FCO, who was on the ground in 2017 when the storms hit, stated we were in for the long haul. And he reiterated again when he came back last December. Recovery takes a long time, and it is not for the faint of heart. ODR and all its partners expect to begin to see the fruits of our labor during 2021 and remain dedicated to the mission. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you and members of this body for your support and a commitment to the territory's recovery and ODR in its quest to build a legacy of resilience. And this completes the Office of Disaster Recovery's Committee on Finance testimony. And my team and I remain available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. And next we'll have Mr. Daryl Griffith, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning again, Senator Kurt Violet, Finance Committee Chair, members of the Finance Committee, other senators present, the listening and viewing audience. I'm Daryl Griffith, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today I appear before you accompanied by Mr. Darren Richardson, our Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, and Mr. David Martin, Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, to provide you with a status update on the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery and Mitigation Projects, Envision Tomorrow, Homeowner Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Program, and the STEP Program. As you are aware, the territory has been allocated $1.9 billion in CDBG-DR and mitigation funds, broken into 4 tranches. The VIHFA, as the allocating agency for the CDBG funds, must create an action plan that requires the Department of Housing and Urban Development approval before a grant agreement is signed for the use of the funds by the territory. The territory currently has access to $1 billion of the funds allocated. The CDBG-DR funds initially had a 6-year time frame for fund expenditure, but as a result of COVID-19, HUD allowed jurisdictions to submit an extension request. The VIHFA successfully submitted an extension request to HUD, which has resulted in a 2-year extension. The new project deadline is September 27, 2026, which in essence restarts the clock. The VIHFA submitted an action plan amendment to HUD that was approved last month on November 19, 2020. The amendment makes allocation changes to various CDBG-DR programs, including the Envision Tomorrow Homeowner Rehabilitation Program. The Homeowner Rehab Program allocations has increased from $60 million to $150 million. The program provides a maximum grant of up to $250,000. Currently, 689 applicants have been deemed eligible for the program. Of the 689 eligible applicants, 448 have duplication of benefits issues, which must be cleared up before a client can be assigned to a contractor for home repair. Duplication of benefit means that the applicant has received funds for home repairs from another funding source that must be accounted for, such as FEMA, homeowners insurance, or SBA. The VIHFA's case management company, Horn, has reached out to all 448 duplication of benefit clients and will continue to do so. Of the DOB clients, 64 clients have brought in receipts showing how funds were used, and 17 have brought in checks to eliminate the duplication of benefits issue. For those who performed home repairs and do not have receipts, the VIHFA uses the Home Site Inspection Allowable Activities Report, known as the AA report, performed by Arman Corporation to estimate the cost of repairs to reduce or eliminate their duplication of benefits. Of the 448 duplication of benefit clients, 55 have completed AA reports, 254 have completed home inspections with AA reports being finalized, and 139 have pending home inspections scheduled. Of the 689 eligible applicants, 85 have property tax delinquency issues that must be cleared before they can be assigned to a contractor for a home repair. To clear up a property tax delinquency, a homeowner simply must establish a payment plan with the Lieutenant Governor's Office of Tax Collections. Initially, 146 homeowners had property tax delinquency, and we are now down to 85. I'd like to thank the Lieutenant Governor's Office for working collaboratively with the HFA to help these homeowners. Currently, 82 clients have completed the HORN eligibility process. Of those, 29 homes are wrapping up their environmental review. Every home built before 1980 or 1978, respectively, must have an asbestos or lead test performed. If asbestos or lead is detected, the VIHFA does an abatement and then clears the home to be assigned to a contractor. The territory, unfortunately, as you know, was a dumping ground for asbestos before it became illegal to be used in certain quantities. Of the 82 HORN process eligible clients, 53 have signed grants with the VIHFA, and of those, 23 have contracts with contractors. The authority has received bids from contractors to perform work for the remaining 30 and are in various stages of contract execution. The Rental Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Program has an allocation of $25 million to rehab or reconstruct affordable rental units for low to moderate income households. Currently, the rental program has 113 eligible applications, totaling 277 units across the territory. I'll give you a brief overview of other CDBG-DR funded projects. The Dunu redevelopment in St. Thomas by the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. The project is a proposed 84-unit low-income housing tax credit rental community to be located on parcels 3B and 3B1 Estate Dunu in St. Thomas. The VIHA closed on the low-income housing tax credit portion, which was $26.2 million allocated by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority last week, and received an initial CDBG-DR funded amount of $3.5 million out of the $29 million allocated to it from CDBG-DR. Megan's Junction 2 in St. Thomas. This development consists of Jackson Development, general contractor GEC, in collaboration with Hunt Capital. They have secured financing from the CDBG-DR program, coupled again with low-income housing tax credits of $30 million to construct Megan's Junction 2, and that complex is well on its way to completion. It's a 9-story building on St. Thomas. $3.2 million of the allocated $3.5 million CDBG-DR funds has been paid out. The Randolph Harley Power Plant New Generation. This is a WAPA-funded project. The project consists of installing conventional proven technology with a power generating capacity of 36 to 40 megawatts in incremental blocks from 9 to 10 megawatts at the Randolph Harley Power Plant in St. Thomas. WAPA has awarded this contract to Wärtsilä, and the authority has paid the mobilization amount of $7.5 million of the $95 million awarded by CDBG-DR. The contract is for $74 million, but the entire project is $95 million. Dunu Bypass, St. Thomas, Department of Public Works. CDBG-DR grants will fund improvements to Dunu Bypass in 3 phases. 1, design phase. The design will be the phase 1, phase 2 acquisition, and phase 3 construction as part of a coordinated project to make the road more resilient, increase the ability to capture stormwater runoff, and to harden the roadway in the event of future disasters. The funded amount is $2.4 million. The department has identified Kimley Horn as the consultant to do the design work for the project. They are currently in negotiations for the final contract cost. Northside Roadway, St. Croix, Department of Public Works. The Northside Highway Improvement Project will primarily involve design for modifications, repairs, and replacement of existing structures and required environmental assessment. The reconstruction includes new sidewalks, drainage, and accessibility features or utility lines as needed. Northside Road serves as the main arterial road to employment and critical services and is also the main route for Christiansted residents and neighborhoods along the corridor to Charles Harwood Clinic and Pleasant Healthcare Facility. The department again has identified Kimley Horn as the consultant to do the design work for the project. The funded amount is $3.1 million. Vision 2040, Economic Development Authority. Vision 2040 is proposed as a 20-year long-term strategic economic recovery and development plan intended to foster an opportunity for U.S. Virgin Islands to become one of the most prosperous and resilient economies done by the Economic Development Authority. The project is geared toward conducting research to determine avenues for economic growth, job creation, and wealth generation. The funded amount is $319,000. EDA has awarded a contract to Camion and Associates and is conducting a community survey, which can be found at www.usvi2040.com. Department of Tourism's marketing campaign to develop a robust marketing campaign to showcase the U.S. Virgin Islands' vast tourist assets as they come back online. Marketing initiatives will target specific travel and tourism niches in which the U.S. Virgin Islands are known to be competitive, especially among U.S. mainland residents. The funded amount is $10 million. The Department of Tourism submitted a contract to the winning bidder, Miles Partnership, for execution. Skills for Today, Department of Labor. Skills for Today project seeks to train 500 individuals over a 15-month period. Successful candidates will initiate a curriculum with job readiness workshops and continue through to completion of occupational skills training. This project will be addressing the capacity and skills of gap workers in the construction sector. Due to reconstruction efforts throughout the territory, there is an unprecedented need for workers of all skill levels. The funded amount is $10 million. The Department of Labor is currently advertising a request for proposal for interested companies. The RFPs can be found on all of the local papers, also on their webpage, as well as the Department of Property and Procurement, Office of Disaster Recovery's webpage, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority's page as well. Charlotte Amalie Channel Waiko Dredging Project, Virgin Islands Port Authority. The dredging project will allow larger ships to berth in the harbors of St. Thomas. The funded amount is $23.9 million. The application has been approved and awaiting environmental completion by the Port Authority to issue the notice to proceed. Crown Bay East Gregory Channel Dredging Project, Port Authority as well. The dredging project will also allow larger ships to berth in the harbors of St. Thomas. The funded amount is $15.5 million. The application as well is approved and awaiting environmental completion by the Port Authority to issue the notice to proceed. The CDBG Mitigation Grant. HUD defines mitigation as those activities that increase resilience to disasters and reduce or eliminate the long-term risk of loss of life, injury, damage to, and loss of property, and suffering and hardship by lessening the impact of future disasters. The Community Development Block Grant Mitigation is a $774 million grant funded in Tranche 3. The territory has 12 years to use the CDBG MID funds, 12 years. 50% of the grant funds must benefit low to moderate income people. The CDBG MID Action Plan draft is complete and is published on our website. You can view it at www.cdbgdr.vihfa.gov. The action plan is in the public comment period, which ends on December 22nd. Virtual public hearings to discuss the action plan were held on November 12th, the 19th, and December 3rd. Engagement was high from our community, with over 2,000 residents viewing the presentation via Facebook or Zoom. Comments and feedback can still be sent to mitigation@vihfa.gov via email. Following the public comment period, the comments will be incorporated into the plan and sent to HUD for approval by January 4th, 2021. HUD then has 60 days to review, approve, or deny the action plan, or send it back for comments and corrections. HUD, unfortunately, though, has an unlimited time to furnish the grant agreement, which is the document that gives the territory access to the funds. Infrastructure and public facilities account for 54% of the mitigation projects and total $418 million. Infrastructure projects include UVI Multipurpose Complex at $25 million, Waste Management Landfill at $100 million, Public Works Road Mitigation Projects at $147 million, Gallows Bay Dredging at $6 million, and the Human Services Homes for the Elderly at $50 million. Economic resilience and revitalization projects account for 10% and total $76.7 million. Private and public businesses will be able to submit applications for commercial hardening and small business mitigation. Housing accounts for 25% of the plan and total $192 million. In the housing bucket, $102 million is set aside for multifamily housing, including Virgin Islands Housing Authority and other developers. New home construction makes up $61.5 million, plus an additional $23.5 million for homeless initiatives, which is earmarked for nonprofits, and $5.1 million for innovative resilient housing. The remaining 11% is set aside for public services, planning, and administration. The STEP Emergency Home Repair VI program, Phase 1 and Phase 2 concluded on April 15, 2019. Under STEP Legacy Phase 1, 6,560 homes received temporary home repairs, and under the Permanent Roofing Program, STEP Phase 2, 1,648 homes received permanent roofing repairs. Total cost of the Emergency Home Repair VI STEP program, Phase 1 and Phase 2, was $750,521,347. Total federal cost share paid is $305 million, with a remaining balance of federal cost share due of $397 million, and a local match of $47 million. All remaining unpaid invoices are currently under FEMA review. On October 30th, 2020, VIHFA submitted its cost reasonableness report with supporting appendices to FEMA to establish that the costs incurred on the EHR VI program were reasonable. FEMA has acknowledged the report and have concurred that the UPA costs are reasonable. FEMA has committed to the payment of all remaining construction costs associated with PW 100 by or before December 31st, 2020, and made a similar commitment on PW 273 by or before March 31st, 2021. The leases, VIHFA leases. VIHFA currently has 3 leases outstanding. One is for the GRS building in St. Thomas for a term of 1 year at $69,720 per year. In St. Croix, we have the 2B King Street, Frederiksted, St. Croix for a term of 1 year at $55,875 per year. And in St. Thomas, again, we have the ICMC building, St. Thomas, for a term of 2 years at $280,650 per year. All the leases have been executed to accommodate the VIHFA's growing staff, which has increased from 35 to 103. And with mitigation, it's planned to double to close to 200. The VIHFA has requested the transfer of the old Senate building in Frederiksted to the authority so that it can be rehabbed to house new employees. The VIHFA has also completed architectural plans for additional office building in St. Thomas next to the fire station. The authorities are awaiting completion of a noise assessment before it advertises the project for procurement. And with these 2 projects, we'll be able to get out of the leasing business and be in offices that are owned by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. I'd like to take this time, though, to thank the staff of the VIHFA for their perseverance through COVID-19, 2 Category 5 hurricanes, deaths of friends and family, all while continuing to do the work of the people of the Virgin Islands. My board of directors, your wisdom in guiding the authority is appreciated. And to this Senate body, thank you for your support as we work in these unprecedented times. The staff of the authority and I stand ready to answer your questions. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Griffith. We're going to take a short 1-minute recess before we begin the period of questioning. This committee stands in recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. We're going to have a Senate 7-minute round. We'll begin with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Director Octaline and Griffith and your team, and thank you so much for your testimonies this morning. As you read your testimonies and you start spitting out the numbers, all of which is $8+ billion, and the many projects that's outstanding and that's ongoing, and the challenges that Director Octaline stated and the capacity issues and gaps within our organization. It's a challenge. And you also mentioned in your testimony that, of course, we are in it for the long haul. And it's not for the faint of heart. That's a true statement. But I realize that within all that's going on within that space, the major issues to me is, number one, the capacity issue. And as a body in a 32nd and 33rd, we made sure that during the budget process, we funded all critical vacancies and positions to assure that they have the capacity and they can move forward with all of these dollars that we know is going to be moving through the territory. When it comes to ODR and the issues, I'm happy that we have brought on board 3 more engineers to assist in helping move many of those projects forward. But I know that it is a challenge, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. But I would like to see moving forward, though, even though you guys are doing what you need to do, we still need to be a little bit more aggressive in moving these projects forward. I know that based on the testimonies, we have had challenges when it comes to hiring and bringing folks on board. Of course, you said one of those individuals did not take the job, which is unfortunate for us. But we need to keep on pressing on in order to bring on the right folks to help us utilize every dime that has been given to us and make sure we utilize all of those dollars, especially when it comes to our economy and keeping the revenues flowing within our economy. Director Griffith, I know you spoke also with your testimony. You spoke in reference to the homeowner rehab program, in which 448 individuals have in terms of duplication of benefits. And thus far, only 139 homes have been inspected. Not have inspected, but scheduled for inspection. Do you have an issue in terms of bringing folks on board to help you move your program forward in a timely fashion? Because I know since the storm, how many individuals have you hired and brought on board so far?
Since the storm at VIHFA, we've hired, we're now at 103, and so we hired over 70 individuals from starting at 30. But in terms of the number of inspections, though, those are the inspections left to do. That's not the inspections that are that have been done.
How much have been done thus far?
Of the inspections, let me go back to my testimony on page 2.
And while you're looking, in terms of inspections, do you have?
We've done over 300 inspections already.
Okay, very well. And in terms of the process, you do the inspections. Once the inspections are completed, then what? How does the process work succinctly? A quick explanation.
Succinctly, how the process works, we all focus on the inspection portion, but that's not the hardest part of the process to get through.
Speak into the mic, please.
I'm sorry. We focus a lot on the inspections, but that's not the hardest part of the process to get through. That's actually one of the simplest parts that everyone can understand. It's just simply, you do an inspection and the home can move on to construction. The part that's the most labor intensive is that the clients with duplication of benefits or who haven't paid their property taxes, we first have to fix those things first before they can go to a grand sign-in. And that's what takes the longest amount of time. We have, like I said, over 300 inspections done. And after those inspections are completed, then if the home is built before 1980, either a lead or asbestos test is performed. And if lead or asbestos is detected, then we have to do an abatement and remove the materials from the house. And then after that, then it's put out to bid if a grant is signed, and we select a contractor, and the contractor and the homeowner meet, and we do we start construction.
Do you have a significant amount of contractors online ready to go?
Yeah, we have a significant amount of contractors online ready to go. We have over 40 contractors online ready to go.
Okay. I have less than 2 minutes left, so let me ask, because with both of your testimonies, I heard you mention mitigation funds time and time again. The waterline extension project, where does that fit in when it comes to the mitigation funds, and where are we at with that?
For the water line extension and the mitigation funds, we have over $30 million assigned to WAPA for those projects.
Okay, and also when it comes to Ms. Octolin, let me ask you a question, because I know in the St. Thomas St. John district, we have had this problem for years, but right now we are at a crossroad when it comes to burial space. Cannot be qualified for any type of those funds that's coming through the community, because right now we need more burial space in the district of St. Thomas St. John, and the land is scarce when it comes to public works and procuring some type of property for us to bury our dead. Is there any type of funding available through all of these different funds that's coming through the territory at this time?
Senator, any of these projects must be tied to the disaster in order to use recovery funds. So it would have, the project would have to have been damaged as a result of the disaster, and thereby we could allocate funds to it. So that's the challenge.
Understood. But I want to thank you guys for what you're doing. Continue to work with you and behalf of the people of Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Sarro.
Thank you, and good morning. Director Acting, what's the status of the fishermen?
So the first part of the grant, which is the basic amount, has been about 90% completed. They're also working on getting the additional funding with the second tier. Part of the challenges they're experiencing, again, it's with documentation. There's some fishers that have not gotten their funds because they're unable to demonstrate where they paid taxes and can demonstrate their income. So it's for those that are not moving forward, it's really a documentation issue.
Those are not requirements to receive the funding. So let's start again. How many fishermen do you have registered to receive funding?
So my understanding, Senator, from Commissioner Oriol, when we get updates from the project, that is one of their challenges. I can get the specific numbers for you. That will just give me a second. I don't want to use your time, but I can get the specific numbers.
We need to know how many fishermen in the territory have applied and how many have received funding, given documents or furnishing documents for paying taxes and all that is not included in the requirements to receive funding. That money is theirs. That's a grant. That is their money. And to date, 2020, fishermen are still struggling. And I continue to, I don't know if I have gotten angry, I've been frustrated, I've lost my cool on the status of fishermen. And we need to really do right by them at this juncture. So please add that to one of your priorities at this time. Now, we have over $100 million owed to Hagland Electric between WAPA via HFA. What's the status of payment to Hagland?
And Senator, I speak with Mr. Hagland on a regular basis. He checks in on his payments. We just released $9 million of funds to him. There are several payments that are in process. Others where WAPA has to put together the documentation to go through to FEMA. There's a portion of funds also that is owed to him because the PW has to get obligated and versioned. Our latest update on that is that it is in large project notification, which is the final step for FEMA obligation. So once those funds are obligated, which is very shortly, we'll process some additional amounts for what's owed to Hagland.
Hagland, I noticed they're employing more and more locals. And when we pay people, they pay, I keep saying it, they pay corporate income tax, they pay individual income tax, they pay gross receipts, and money circulates. So I'll follow up on that. Okay, let's go on page 6 of 16 of your testimony with education. And I'm a bit concerned here when you said the Gramboco building temporary curriculum center project was recently obligated by FEMA on December 1st, 2020 with solicitations for A&E design build services. Where are you doing design build?
Because anytime you have, you must put together specifications. There has been damage sufficiently enough that you need specs for the drawings, how the building will be repaired. So that's typical construction requirements.
So no front end design? Engineering?
All of remember these projects have gone through environmental. They're not touching it is actually a repair project. We're not affecting the soil. So that level of engineering is not required.
Okay, I have to be concerned as a policymaker because as we continue to build, we always have these, with the design bill, you have these constant changes and change orders and cost continues to go through the roof. And we always hear like a trust me process or a reason why, just because we're doing design build so often. And we actually passed a bill recently and through the Committee on Rules on Front End Engineering Design, which would really, hold the contractors accountable. Now,
Senator, can I just make one comment to that? This is not a design build, though. This is just straight architectural designing for the project. So it will have a full scope before it's put out to bid. When you do design build, you're just getting a contractor. When we're going to have a full design that contractors will build on, so we won't have the issues associated with design build with this project.
Okay. Now, what was the reason that FEMA, I read page 7 of your testimony when it comes to the roads. Our roads are in deplorable conditions. What is the status? What is FEMA's, what's happening? Tell me the story, for lack of
Okay, thank you for that question. The fact of the matter is FEMA uses Google Earth to look at what the roads look like prior to the storm. If there are fissures in the road, any kind of cracks, they're going to say that this road has pre-disaster damage. Roads was not included in the Bipartisan Budget Act for inclusion for pre-disaster damage. Therefore, if the road or if there's pre-disaster damage, FEMA determines that the project is not eligible. We have originally, the DDDs, which is the damage descriptions, were accepted by FEMA, and we were moving forward to the scoping. Another group came in, and these roads that were originally determined eligible are now saying it's ineligible. And we're going to get what FEMA call is a determination memo and giving us an opportunity to appeal those decisions. We are vehemently against that decision that they've made because of saturation. You can't have these roads were sitting in water. Even if there were some fissures, they were sitting in water for 2 weeks because we had so much rain. So that is the argument and the position that we're consistently putting forth to FEMA. And once these determination memos are made, it's going to go to the region for the appeal.
Okay.
Time.
Oh man. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Now, one of your complaints and the issues that you have would be capacity. That's the word I guess that would be the overarching theme, because we have you indicated engineers at Public Works, PW, or lack of engineers. So we went through a whole budget process, and I don't remember Public Works coming to the body requesting positions for 6-7 more engineers, or engineers even within ODR. How many engineers would you need, positions would you need, and what would be a decent salary for the government so we could build capacity?
Okay, and that's another great question. The fact that these engineers that were brought on was a direct reflection of what was included in the budget. So those additional positions were included in the budget, and therefore we're able to get them on staff. Typically, the 90,000 really is where I think it's $80,000 to $90,000 for starting is what is attractive now. These private sector opportunities, these architects are not want to come on board to the government because it limits their income generating potential.
Okay, so just to conclude, not to cut
just
you
the
off,
last part of your question, when I had this conversation with Commissioner Petty as to how many engineers you actually need, he said to build a staff to about 20.
20.
20.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Sorrow. Going back to the fishers, because I'm getting so many phone calls from fishermen on the island of St. Croix that are saying that they went through the application process, they provided all the necessary documentation, and they're just waiting for the check to be cut. And I know that we have also had a conversation with DPNR in reference to some of those individuals, and they say that they have been approved for payment, but yet they have not received payment. So I don't know if that 90% number is accurate, because we had a discussion here in the well today, and a number of individuals have said that they're also getting phone calls from fishermen on the island of St. Croix. In your testimony, you were saying that ODR was able to provide DPNR with additional resources. What did you have to provide them with? Okay, your mic is off.
Pull the fisheries grant report up. We hired two individuals to help to support the outreach to the fisheries, to the fishers. They're on ODR's staff and assigned to that grant.
Didn't we hire a contractor at the tune of $270-something thousand to process?
And we kept space, and we also kept space to hire folks, because we need to ensure that we have continuity after these contractors are completed.
No, that don't. How are you? This is to administer a grant that was given to the Virgin Islands to provide monies to the fishermen that lost their supplies, their boats, etc. It's a $5,000 grant, and then they can make a next application for $75,000. We hired an entity at the cost of $270,000 to process less than 400 applications. So why is it necessary that you have to hire two individuals at ODR to help to find those individuals when we have a contract with a company to do just that? What is a contract with a company to do?
The contract was for them to develop the process, for them to develop the evaluation procedures, etc. The numbers that I'm getting is that they have 240 people have applied, and they have issued 200 payments thus far.
So we pay $270,000 to develop a process that goes through DPNR, and then we.
But they also provided support to bringing in the fishers in order to review and get the project started and for phase one. It is, the rates for the contractors is well in excess of what $200,000 could support. And we wanted to make sure that we had local
the rates, say that again, the rates
employed.
For the what? Say that again.
Contractor rates are at least 30% more than having an employee on staff. So that was one of the areas that DPNR wanted to do. They wanted to make sure that they had staff and not just contractual support alone. And that was the wish of DPNR.
So do you still need contractual support?
The contractual support has ended, and they're finalizing the remaining payments.
How much have we paid the contractor?
200, I believe it's 200,000.
So we pay the contractor $200,000, and we have fishermen still out here that can't get a $5,000 check, and we find a justification as to why that was adequate, and now we hire two individuals. I guess we could have probably hired 4 individuals and get some people on the payroll that could have provided the same service. Senator DeGraff.
So just an additional update, Senator, for the record. 1.4 million is being processed at the Department of Finance in a Thursday check run.
Say that again.
1.4 million in payments is being for tranche 2. Remember, there's the first tranche with just a basic amount, and then the second tranche where the higher level of payments. And of that, 1.4 million is at the Department of Finance for release in the next check run, which should be tomorrow.
Okay, thank you for that information. Can you have DPNR provide us with a list of individuals who have applied for an assistance and who have received their checks so that we can cross-reference when we're having all of those concerns? And the concern of Synchro is great. I can name individuals, but I don't want to put the name on the record, who are still awaiting that first phase, that $5,000. And the Senate President told me he has also received phone calls and know individuals that are awaiting payment, and the same thing in the District of St. Thomas.
Absolutely. We'll take care of that.
Okay, thank you. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Director Acton, I didn't want to start off with that, but 2017, the hurricanes came in. To have to wait for at least $5,000 going into 2021. I think if we could put a little compassion and understand the reality of life, and whatever processes they have to go through have to be done differently. I mean, we can't continue to do the same thing over and over and over and expect a different outcome. So it has to change. Now, my favorite question to you is always, how many shovel-ready projects do we have and timeframes for completion?
So, Senator, in my testimony, we outlined the number of projects that we had, and let me just refer back to it. And if you want to continue, I don't want to waste the time while I go back to it.
I just think that's an answer you should have ready to go one time.
212 projects are in process. 166 are construction type projects that are shovel ready, indicating that these projects have begun or ready to begin.
When will the 166 be scheduled to finish?
They have variant. They're not all on the same project schedule. They all have different project schedules. So they're all different types of projects. So some may have a 3-month construction time frame, 6 months, 2 years. I can't give you like a blanket answer for all the projects.
Excuse me, for 2021, could we see half of those projects completed?
I think that in 2021, we can definitely, anything that's out for solicitation, depending on the construction schedule, you will be seeing definitely in construction. I think that at least 30% could be completed, but some of them are larger projects that will take 2+ years to finish.
Okay, in the process, Director, of the amount of monies coming to the territory, come through ODR for processing. Now, how does it actually work? The money come through you, and the function of your office would be what? To get these monies out and into the community. How does the process work?
So it depends on what that funding source is. I'm going to yield to Melinda Vigilant Messer to just explain the payment process for the Public Assistance Program, which is our largest funds.
Vitima is a recipient.
If you could do it in 30 seconds, please.
Vitima manages public assistance grant funding that comes into the territory, where our sub-recipients, who are our government agencies, private nonprofits, they submit their packages for reimbursement to our agency, and we provide we do the federal draw on the package once we receive a FEMA approval on those monies to be paid out.
So
Right.
in addition
would
to
that be the same
Senator,
process
all of those
for?
payments are, oh, I'm sorry. In addition to that,
Right,
all
would
of
that
those
be the
payments
same-
are sent to the GAR.
No, I'm
And
trying
I
to figure out again. Is that
Okay, one
the
minute.
same process? Yeah, it's a little delay, I guess.
Yeah, I'm going to give you.
You go ahead.
I'm going to give you the
Director, go
time,
ahead.
Senator DeGraff. So you go ahead and take your
Okay.
time, and then Ms. Williams, Acklin, you guys have just been dancing together. Just wait until he's finished.
Okay.
No, Director, you go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead, Director. Finish.
Okay. So once the public assistance processes the payments, then it comes to me to review and sign, and then we send it to FEMA. FEMA goes through the 270 process. They approve it, and when they approve it, it comes back down with Mrs. Vigilant Messer and her team, processes, put it into the ERP, and then the checks are issued from the Department of Finance, and Ms. Messer and her team make sure that we have proof of payment at the end to meet FEMA's requirements.
Okay, what can we do to streamline that process more? Because I look at the time frames of some of these issues that we take is years. What could we do to streamline this process, if that's the issue?
Well, all of the steps that I just outlined are necessary steps, unfortunately. The one that once we off manual review from the 270 process with FEMA, that's going to save us about 2 weeks. And we no longer would have to send it to FEMA. Once it's approved, then it will go to the Department of Finance. And we're having indications from FEMA that they have reviewed our policies and are moving towards removing us from the 270 manual draw requirement.
Okay, I like to keep that abreast with the chair. And Director Griffith, I would like to refer to your testimony, page 9. You mentioned HUD unfortunately has an unlimited time to furnish the grant agreement, which is a document that gives the territory access to the funds. Could you explain that to me, please? So everything sounds like when it's done, then it's up to HUD then. Could you explain that?
Unfortunately, sir, yes. So the territory does its part. It creates the action plan. HUD then approves the action plan. But then that document that gives us access to the funds, the grant agreement, for example, for Tranche 2, HUD approved it in 2019, but it wasn't until February of this year, 2020, that we actually got the $700 million available to the territory for Tranche 2. So even though we created the action plan almost a year ago, it took almost a year before we had access to those funds. So if last year is any indicator, it took about 11 months. So that unfortunately is the reality that we're living in right now.
So is there anything that we can do to streamline that process?
Not streamline, but what we can do is put pressure with your body. If it's taken an unduly long time, I'll ask for a letter from your body to help, and also from the Office of the Governor too as well, to plead with HUD and the federal government to know how much those funds are needed for the people of the territory.
Mr. Chair, if I just wrap up.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Again, that letter that you're speaking of, let's get together with the body and address what you need from us to assist in getting this done. Because again, we taken too long to address this. 2017 was a hurricane. I understand all the issues, but we're going into 2021. And we just have the same story from 2018, 2019, 2020. It is very frustrating. So if we need to, as a body, submit a letter to assist you, could we get together and get this done immediately? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Mr. Griffith, you said for the Envision program, and that's what you refer to as a homeowner rehab program? On the third
Yes,
page?
sir.
Okay. Of the 689 eligible applicants, 448 have duplication of benefits, so that means 241 are good to go.
241 are going through the process. Of those 241, we then have an additional 80, and I'll give you the exact number. I think it's 85 that have property tax delinquency issues that still have to be addressed. And
that
of
is out-
those
that is out of the 241?
yes, sir.
Okay. And now the number that you had on the bottom, 64 clients have brought in receipts showing how funds are used for the duplication of benefits. That 64 is not included in that 241, right? The 64 is going to be added to the 241?
No, sir. That 64 is part of the 82 that have completed HORN eligibility.
Okay, so we're down like to 160 homes that don't have any issues that could proceed.
We're about there. So of those, 82 have completed HORN eligibility, and those are the ones that we're doing some environmental on and wrapping those up. So it's really about 100 and something. So that's why we're working so hard on that duplication of benefits, and we're asking to use the megaphone of this meeting to as well for anyone with tax issues. Just simply contact the Lieutenant Governor's office and go into a payment plan so we can move you forward.
Okay, so once again, we're putting that out there. Individuals who are under the Envision program and have an issue with their property tax, in order to be eligible, you need to go into the Lieutenant Governor's office and develop a payment plan to pay your outstanding property tax so that we can get these homes rebuilt as quick as possible. Currently, you have what? How many homes on St. Croix you're working on St. Thomas?
On the current amount of homes that we have working on, and I'm going to go back to my testimony. We have 53 have signed grants with VIHFA, and of those, 23 have contracts with contractors. The majority of the homes are still on St. Croix, just because we had that in St. Thomas, we had the waste management issue that we finally fixed. So we have and I'll be guessing, so let me ask Mr. David Martin if he has the exact amount in front of him. If not, I'll pull it up, of how many homes are in St. Thomas versus St. Croix.
Mr. Martin?
I'm waiting for my mic to clear. I'm needing to pull it up, but the percentage is like 67 to 33%.
Numbers.
So, that's been the rule of thumb for us. So 67% of the total have been St. Croix, and then 33 are St. Thomas.
So number-wise, just doing quick math, that'll be 6 in St. Thomas and all of the rest in St. Croix, sir.
Okay. Senator, let me recognize Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Thank you for joining us. She's been here for a while. I just forgot to recognize her. Senator Benta, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the listener, viewing audience, as well as testifiers and colleagues. I just want to go to ODR, Ms. Acklin. I know you came in with a series of repairing to do within the agency of which you now represent. Are all the PW's public worksheets in and ready to move forward?
Senator, all of the projects are in. All of them are not obligated. They're still going through the process. There's still a portion that's still going through the process that to get funded.
Upon taking your position, though, there were several of those which were already in action through Widow Bryan alike. Somewhere along the way, deadlines were missed. And as a result, as we are seeing today, a lot of the projects, to include a lot of the people, of course, whose homes have been demolished completely, a lot of the work had to go back and reevaluating a lot of the projects for the territory, of course, because, again, certain deadlines were pretty much exhausted. of which now you have been assigned to a position to fix those areas or bring those things into some correction to move forward. So I just want to give the general public an understanding as far as you heard my colleague mention, the years applied to moving forward, to the fishermen, through the homes, and the projects. We're still within a hurricane district. We're still going through trying to get our way forward. What is really the plan going forward to make sure for future disasters that we were able or will be able to streamline correcting these issues at a more expedient or in a more expedient manner? What's the plan going forward?
Thank you, Senator. So I think you're absolutely correct. You know, this disaster started in 2017. ODRs joined the fight in 2019. A lot of the whole basis for this recovery and from the federal perspective is resilience. All of the projects, the fact that we are getting to repair projects back to industry standard is allowing us that if another storm comes, that these facilities will stand, not having the same widespread devastation. The second part of that is when we first started this process, and I was in FEMA at the time, the local understanding for project worksheets was nil. All of the resources, all of the dependency was on the contractors. Melinda Vigilant Messer has been with public assistance for many, many years. And so there was only a handful of people that really understood what PWs were and all this process. Now, this is just, we have a significant amount of folks that have experience with disaster management. We have a lot of plans that we've put into place to process projects and plans that are in place to manage the storms. And this example is with COVID. With our COVID projects, we didn't have any contractor support in putting together the projects. So I think all this was done with local expertise and understanding, which is testament to the fact that we are building the capacity in the territory to manage disasters.
Thank you for that. And the discussion on let's go to the Stafford Act and where we are, because we're speaking about, discussion has been surrounding engineers, respectively to public work or to property and procurement, to DPNR. With a lot of the companies we have here, under the Stafford Act, is there any way that we can engage any of these private engineers on a part-time basis to assist through a contract to expedite the process for now?
Absolutely. That's why we have contracted with Springline to augment DPW, but it's on a contractual basis. So, you know, when the work ends, the project ends. When we also have our contracting with another firm that will assist with not only doing the A&E designs, but also with construction management, because DPW has identified that these are the same people that are doing the same engineers that are helping to put together the scope of work as the same engineers that are going to have to manage these 166 plus projects, which is woefully inadequate.
So any of the local organizations, have they been approached to apply to be part of the contract to assist them, or has the agency really moving forward? Because you don't have enough. I'm hearing you need about 20. Have any of these local engineers, respectively, been approached?
So in order for us to do any contracts, of course, we must go through the solicitation process. So we have that solicitation out and advertising with all of the various firms, word of mouth. In addition, the Springline is a local company that has the first contract. So and they're also, you know, the opportunity is there for them to partner with any other firms as subs, other local companies as subs, so that they can meet whatever the demand is for the contract.
Thank you. And I know that a lot of those engineers, respectively, for some of the private companies here are listening. And how can they then submit or be able to provide their application to you, or respectively to what entity they must go through?
Yes, so we do advertise in the newspapers as well as on USBI ODR. And any contractors or anyone who's interested in doing business with a recovery, we ask you to just send email to info@usviodr.com to be on our mailing list, because what we do is we send out the solicitations for any of these agencies, including nonprofits, who are looking for professional services. So if you're on our mailing list, every bid that goes out related to the recovery, you will get something in your email letting you know that it exists. It really helps us to get more competitive pricing, and when we have a good response to the solicitation.
And your internship of which you spoke through UVI and the Department of Labor, what are the requirements, or what are the areas of the internship participation you're looking for, skill set?
So far we've had 2 interns directly in our office. One was with data management. The second one is in our financial area. We just spoke with, again, the dean from UVI to refer us additional seniors that want to get their work experience for not necessarily only for classroom requirements, but also just to help to build their career exploration. And we're also looking for forensic accountant. That is an area that we want to make sure we provide training as we move forward.
Okay, Mr. Chair, one more if I may. What has been the discussion with the delegate through the Office of Homeland Security, chaired by Mr. Benny Thompson? What has been the discussion had as it relates to this territory and the shortfalls that we're having in order to really move forward or streamline the projects respectively here in the territory for assistance?
So the delegate, of course, has always been very receptive for whenever we call for issues that we need to lobby. The governor has met with Benny Thompson along with the delegate, and I was present for at least one of those meetings. I also have a relationship with one of his staffers in the congressional office, so that communication is there when we need to advocate for issues that require congressional support when it comes to these federal agencies.
And of course, with the 75% under the Stafford Act, under public assistance, it also enables a portion for us to ask or require of the areas we're short of to assist us until we get ourselves on track. And engineering seems to be a big one. Have we made any requests through that portion of it for those assistance until we can get our own online?
The mechanism to staff and provide support to manage these recovery projects is really in management costs. The 25% is just the local amount, the local share that we need to provide to each project. But each project gets 5% management costs to manage their projects. The larger the project is, of course, the more funds you get in order to do so. So the very first thing that we did was to lobby FEMA to say, listen, we need to get these management costs obligated. And we were able to do so. And then the second step we did was to let the agencies understand how to utilize their management costs. And if you're the engineers, DPW, there's a resource for construction management, and that's how we will be able to pay for any of the task orders for work that's currently being done if the agency is not doing a direct contract for those services.
Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Benta. I think this would be Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, the invoices that were turned in for the STEP program, I know we had a conversation before where some $300 million worth of invoices were turned in. What's
Correct.
the status of those monies?
The status of those, in my testimony, I made mention to PW 100 and 273. FEMA has said that they will pay out all of PW 100 by the end of this year, December 31st, and they said they'll pay out PW 273 by the end of March 31st. So we're awaiting that of 2021.
So they have been accepted and approved?
They're still reviewing and approving as of last month, they said that all of the UPAs were cost reasonable, but they're still reviewing all of the invoices.
So what is the amount that we expect to be paid by the end of December?
By the end of December, it's going to be about, if they pay all of 100, a little bit over $30 million. The bulk of the funds are in 273, which is March 31st.
Okay, but it's looking favorable for those monies to be paid?
So far, so good, but
Our fingers crossed.
keep our fingers crossed because, like Director Octolin mentioned in the roads, FEMA said yes, they were good, and then pulled back. So far, they've told us everything looks good, and we're we're going down that direction until we hear differently.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. I want to, again, have a discussion in respect to how are we moving in terms of our disaster recovery. And I know, Director Octolin, that it is a Herculean task and a lot of heavy lifting that's going on. I know that the federal government, FEMA, and others is a lot of red tape and bureaucracy. Can you speak to any inroads that you have been able to make over the last several months that put us in a better position to move towards our recovery efforts?
Absolutely. And I think I always refer to this as, we've been planting a lot of seeds since we started. The very first thing that has a tremendous impact for us is our ability to pay an invoice. When we first started this process, we had to come up with the funds first. That was a feat that we were unable to handle. Payments were sitting, waiting until we had enough money to pay and then be reimbursed. Through some significant lobbying, and I always credit Senator Fred Gregory for asking that question that sent me digging, that we were all now to update our admin plan, and now we pay an invoice, which does not allow us to have that large capital outlay. Secondly, the whole Bipartisan Budget Act, we're nearing the end of how this process is going to work. Because it's new, FEMA didn't have rules and regulations for it. So they had to be created, which of course took time. And we're now at the point where we're finalizing Arthur Richards and the cost estimate. And once that is done and the blueprint is set, we should be able to see the schools moving faster. We've also been working, we have a biweekly meeting with FEMA on projects. There's some key projects like the change order for AECOM that sat for over a year, that we consist with a $90 million change order that FEMA had to go through that process. It is now moving towards obligation. We've also moved the money for the VIPD. That was outstanding for a long time, and we highlighted that and made sure that moved forward
So
that
thank you.
done.
I don't mean to cut you off but I have a few more questions and I would like to get in some of those because it's important that we understand that certainly relationships have been built and that we're making some inroads. You spoke about capacity building a lot, and I know that you've been staffing up for us to be able to achieve that capacity to be able to process a lot of the documents that's required. One of the nuances that you spoke about today is in regards to the engineering department. Can you speak to what creativity that you all are coming up with to address that void to make sure that our engineering department, which is very necessary, is really being addressed?
Okay, so the first thing we did was try to make sure that DPW get the positions that they needed that were in their budget, and that's moving forward. Also looking at some architects, not architects, but draftsmen that can help to do drafting as well, that can move the projects forward. Additionally, we're doing the contracting that would help to have more resources there for them to review these projects and lessen the amount of work that they have to do. The last thing is I do have a recovery, I call it a recovery leaders meeting with some of the top engineers from WAPA, PF, Port Authority, Education, and the hospitals, and we start to talk about what can we do. And what I've also asked is that all of them who have engineers in their departments, I've been asking them to review 1 or 2 projects for us. This way, we have a long line between DPW, but for instance, I've asked Damian Cartwright for VIPA to take a particular project and do the review for us so we can help move it forward. So tapping into all of those resources across the government, because we're all in this together. But so any help that I can get, I take.
Very
And
well.
as we move forward, we know that we're going to have to contract out some of these, but we still need to build a staff in DPW.
So there's a level of distrust in our community, despite all of the efforts that's being made. You do a lot of the social media, you do weekly radio programs and video programs. However, there's still a level of distrust. And I believe a lot of that is because we're not dealing with those quality of life issues that address people in their pockets. There's low-hanging fruits that continue to persist out there. If we can't address the fisherman issue, and we have a high-level discussion that need to be had, but nonetheless, the fisherman is a issue that continue to exist. If we can't pay the $5,000 to the fisherman, how is it that we're going to be able to address the other big $1 million items? Whether we want to accept it or not, we hear every day. Just this week, I got 3 calls regarding the fishers calling about their money. So those are the nuances that we have to be able to address if we're talking about building trust in our community. So I'm hoping that while we may consider this low level, that at least there will be some effort to address that particular issue so that we can move on to the bigger things. So I'm hoping that I got your commitment in that. I wanted to move to HFA.
We got 1.5 million in the check run tomorrow, Senator. So we're going to see what fishers are left. We prioritize this. That's why ODR got involved, because we understand that this was important.
Well,
so we pledge our support to.
We're going to also manage that 1.5 million. We're going to make some calls to finance. We're going to get the names because we want to check off those individuals that's calling. Because they're calling me, they're calling all 15 senators, and it'll add up, So we'll address that. And thank you for getting that out, the 1.5, and we're hoping that the others could be taken care of. Real quickly, though, there needs to be some we have some systemic challenges because, again, if we're not able to really navigate and get some of those things coming, you spoke about the engineering, and, I made some note here because we talk about the apprenticeship program. We're talking about building that next level of individuals that will be able to assist us. Otherwise, we're going to always be at the back end trying to fix those issues. Mr. Chair, I know that my time a big call, but really, I wanted to go to HFA real quick because the disasters continue to happen. We hear about the global warming and the climate change, and those can continue to happen. Mr. Director Griffin, in regards to Armand Corporation, how much have been paid to them thus far?
Armand Corporation, bear with me 1 second. I have it on a spreadsheet here next to me. Let me find it quickly. The contract value is 13.5. How much they've been paid thus far, I do not have that in front of me. I apologize, but the contract value is 13.5 million, and I'll have to get from you today, while we're still here, how much have been paid out to them.
Can you speak to how many active projects that's currently going on in regards to the rebuild?
Yeah, it's over 600 active projects
No.
for the rebuild.
I'm
right
talking about active work being done. Shovel is in the ground. There's hammer on these projects. How many of those that we have today that we have contractors right now actively working on?
For those that are actively under construction, we have 23 actively under construction right now, and we have 53 with grants signed.
And that 23 account for how much money that have been paid to those contractors for these projects?
For those contractors?
Yes.
Bear with me 1 second. They have a total about, for those contractors, about 600,000.
600,000. Okay, yeah, so, all right. We still have a long way to go. That's all I can say. And at this point, I mean, you know, you mentioned about the 12 years, and I really wanted to ask you because you talk about 12 years twice, and you know, you made some exclamation in regards to that.
Yes.
Do you? And while we have 12 years, you know, do you have any short-term goals? Are you have any short-term timelines by which you intend to check off, you know, some of these projects within the next 3, 5, 10, and get up to the 12 years? Because we can't wait until the 11th year to get these projects going. So yes, we may have a long road to recovery, a long haul to recovery. Some of the words that have been used, and we got 12 years. But you know, I mean, I believe that there are some timelines that need to be established and be held to, so that we could be able to get these projects moving.
Definitely. For WAPA, for example, in the next 2 years, we expect that project to be up and running. We have Megan's Junction 2, which is well under construction and will be finished in 2021. The VIHA project for Dunu, it has a 2-year time frame. So that's 2 years for that project. So we have all of the projects that I mentioned for my testimony those are underneath CDBG DR, disaster recovery, and those have a 6-year time frame in which we expect all of these projects to be completed, from 2 to 4 to 6. The 12-year time frame is for mitigation, which is in the action plan phase right now, which has the 12-year time frame.
Very well. Thank you for your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the leniency and time. I just asked a favor, if you could get ODR to at least put on record where do we stand right now with the #1 project on the 100 project listing, the Wong Louis Hospital and the hardening facility. What is the timeline? Where are we with that particular project? I'll appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Octelian?
So the Wang Louis Hospital temporary facility is at 90% completed. There's some other standalone.
Okay, let's take a 1-minute recess. the Committee of Finance is back on the record. We have been able to get in contact with Department of Finance in reference to the fishermen getting paid, and they have informed my office that they have received a number of documentations from DPNR to be able to cut checks for the fishermen, and that a number of checks I think were cut yesterday, and a number more are going to be cut tomorrow. So we put an appeal out there to those fishermen. If you have not received compensation after this week, please let us know. We're trying to cross-reference some lists so we can assist however possible to make sure that the fishermen are paid and will be able to move forward with their application process. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized. Okay, while, yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm on. Thank you. All right. Good morning. I think we're coming through a little fuzzy.
1 minute, 1 minute, Senator. Ms. Octalin is still there? Oh, we lost her.
I am.
Okay, great. You were completing something too when the power went on St. Croix. Can you remember what you were completing a statement?
I was trying to respond to the, I'm getting feedback. I was responding to the senator's question regarding the status of the hospital.
Yes.
And that the hospital is at 90% completed. There's still some additional work that is being undergone right now, and expect to have it done by March of next year.
By when?
March.
Okay, and I think I spoke to the CEO for the hospital. They are having a meeting right now in reference to that particular completion date, because we really need to have the hardened structure open as soon as possible. We really, really, really need it. It is a beautiful facility inside. It's well equipped. We had a chance to tour that facility, but we need to get it up and running and then begin that period of attracting doctors back to the Virgin Islands. We're having to fly too many individuals off island. Senator Fred Gregory, we're ready now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers, particularly the two directors, Director Octalin and Griffith. And good morning to the listening and viewing audiences here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I've listened to the conversation intently, and I note that, of course, we are in the Finance Committee. I'm actually getting a feedback. I'm not certain if y'all are getting the same experience on the other end. But I know there's lots of programs that we talked about this morning from both entities. But one of the things that I didn't get specifically from the Housing Finance Authority, and I believe that I know actually that I've discussed this with HFA before. I don't know if I've missed an attachment or anything that should have come to us. But in a discussion or in a testimony, we really heard about projects, but we didn't really glean from the testimony, what we have to look forward to. And when I say that, I mean there's no timelines attached to the projects that were discussed, particularly from HFA. So I believe that you should have sent us something before, but we would like to get an updated document with the projects and the projected timelines. We do know that from time to time, you have to move your timelines, but at minimum, we should know what we're working towards. So I think the good Senate President kind of asked something similar to that, but we really need to see that. We do see that on the ODR side, there are timelines that has been attached to the projects by quarters in this fiscal years. So because we're in a finance meeting, I'm going to stick to us talking about revenues and the commitments around revenues. So I note that in the the Revenue Estimating Conference, both entities presented, and from the ODR end, you spoke, you projected that in FY 2021, we should see some GRT funding of some 31 million. And our 2021 projects are slated to some $621 million worth of projects. And my question this morning is how feasible is, or how realistic is more like it, are these projections, and what are we doing to truly meet these timelines, and what can the legislature do from a legal perspective or law perspective to assist you? Because I know a lot of times we have these conversations about projects not moving forward, but if we have laws on the books that are impacting your ability to move forward, I believe it's important that we have those discussions. So I know I said a lot, but I'm certain that you were taking copious notes, so you could respond to my question. So this, I'm going to start with Mrs. Octolin.
Okay. Thank you, senators. So I'm getting the same feedback. It's a little distracting. The projects that we did the projections for the GRT are projects that we know have been started. A lot of them, in terms of the solicitation going out, a lot of those projects were delayed because of COVID for the last fiscal year. So we're very confident that they will materialize. We meet regularly with any of these agencies that we identify these priority projects. We try to make sure that we know what the critical path is and provide the support to keep it moving, whether it's moving it through property and procurement or getting a contract signed through Office of the Governor. Those are the things I call it chasing, but we do a lot of that. The last part of the question that you asked were related to legislative action. The one thing that comes clear to mind is the requirements for the CIP division for the Department of Public Works, where for the capital projects, it is $100,000. Everything up $100,000 and above has to go through DPW. I think there is an opportunity there to restructure the types of projects and the requirements so that all small maintenance type projects can be done through the agencies. If the scope of the work is clear and the contractors are able to identify the work that needs to be done and there are no specification that's required, then the need for DPW to sign off on that is not really required. So just looking at that requirement and what can we change and still protect the integrity of the process is a specific area that we've identified that can be changed so that we can move projects faster.
Well, thank you for your response. I think that's so important. And I note that you have some $31 million, like I said, in GRT projections, and HFA has, I think it's 7.5 million. So I will ask the same question of HFA.
For HFA, we have the 7.5 million is for 2022. For 2021, we have 5 million. And we're basing that really based on step reimbursements. We expect to receive at least 100 million next year by step. And if everything works as FEMA is promising, we'll get 300 million, but we're projecting 100 million to be received to bring in that 5 million. All our other CDBG DRR funds, those revenues are showed through the other agencies. So for example, we give the grant to Public Works, and then they'll show where those gross receipts will be paid out. So we don't double book those in our numbers.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just looking forward to seeing that we are able to realize the projections that we've noted, because you know that we continue to talk about the fact that we are challenged with our revenues here in the territory, but I think that we are poised and have a perfect opportunity to really ramp up our revenues if we, in fact, move our projects along. Now, let's talk about engineering and architectural services, and I don't really want to spend too much time on it, but I did hear Ms. Octolin speak about the fact that, you know, different departments and agencies, you know, they have their engineering or architects, and they're basically, you know, putting their projects together, et cetera. My concern around that, and then you also noted that you try to get help from wherever you can. I just find that that is not the most prudent way for us to go about this business when we have billions of federal dollars or billions of dollars, period. I think we are at the stage where we have to look at pooling our resources, whether it just be for this period, the period of the $7 billion, the $8 billion, but we have to pool our resources. What I find that's occurring is that departments and agencies are now basically competing with each other. And then we're really not good at anything. So I am going to ask that both HFA and ODR in particular, you really look at how you can pool your resources, and the chief executive of the territory begin to prioritize what those projects are, and, you know, then lay out the timelines around those projects based on pooling the resources. But I just don't see how we're going to be successful where everybody thinks that their project is in fact a priority. So that's my ask for today. I think it's very important that we cannot just look at this from a perspective of wherever we can get help, we push for that. We really have to figure out what is that system that we need to put in place to make this something that works for the territory in the long run. Do you have any comments around that, ODR?
Senator, my only comment would be that a lot of where those resources are not in the central government. It is actually in the autonomous instrumentalities. They're the ones that actually have engineers on staff. The only other central government agency that I'm aware that has engineers is education. So we would, I agree, this is something that's been discussed about pooling resources. I think Commissioner Petty have identified that this is a need, but we will still need to find bodies to create that central entity, much to what you're recommending.
Yeah, it's very important that we really give consideration to it if we're going to be successful. Otherwise, like I said, we're going to continue. This is a small territory. Our capacity is small as well, and in order for us to make things work, we have to figure out how to pool our resources to get things done. Now, I don't know if I got a response from the HFA director regarding the timelines
yes,
of these projects that was laid out in your...
We definitely can provide a timeline, and also I can give you a timeline if your time permits now on some of these projects too as well.
No, you can send it in. So for
Okay.
you though, I note that the current program, we have most of the projects have started in the Island District of St. Croix, and you gave proper justification for that because there were challenges with waste management. And again, this is exactly the issues we have in the Virgin Islands. We have semi-autonomous agencies which are all under the purview of the chief executive of the territory, and then we hear these types of issues, and if we listen, if we don't know, rather, you would think that we're talking about two separate governments, and we're really talking about one government. So you did share with us where you were, and I'm going to ask you to share with me again because the testimonies came in a bit late. So can you share with me how many projects you started in St. Croix and how many are scheduled to begin in the Island District of St. Thomas, St. John?
Definitely, Senator. So currently we have, I'm pulling it up in my testimony. Bear with me 1 second. On page 4 of my testimony. So we have the 23 that are contracted ongoing right now. And of those, only 6 of those are in St. Thomas. The other 17 are in St. Croix. We have 53 that have grants signed and those are going to also be contracted out to contractors within the next 2 months is the projection. And most of them should be wrapping up by this season. As Mr. Martin stated, 30%, about 15 of them are going to be for St. Thomas, and the rest are St. Croix right now, because the majority still, because of the initial influx, they were for St. Croix, and then that's going to even out.
Do you plan to complete within FY 2021 in total? What's the aggregate number? What is your goal?
Our goal is to work on 200 homes in 2021 and to have at least a close to 75 completed in 2021.
So your goal is to start 200 homes? That's what you said?
Yeah, to have 200 homes ongoing in 2021.
Ongoing in territory-wide, that's the aggregate number. And how realistic is that projection?
I think it is, because if right now we'll almost have half of them, 80 something, ready in the next 2 months to contractors. So then it's just a matter of contracting the rest. The hardest part is going to be getting our clients through that duplication of benefits and getting people to sign up to pay their property taxes.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you, because it seems as if when I spoke about a GRT, I only, the information that I have is only tied to the FEMA reimbursement. So overall, what is your GRT projections? And I am looking at your revenue estimating conference report, but I think I missed that. What is your overall projections for projects completed in FY 2021? What is your goal, and what are the projected GRT receipts in total for coming from HFA?
Coming from HFA, so the majority of our projects are going to be we're going to give the money to another entity, so they're not going to come from HFA, if that makes sense.
Me out with that.
So we give the funds to WAPA. WAPA will be paying their contractor, so WAPA pays the GRT to them. We give it to Public Works. Public Works, even though we give the money, it's coming from Public Works, so the GRT will be accounted in their numbers.
The reason why I asked is because, so when but you do have information around the timeline where these entities are intending to wrap up these projects, correct? You should have that information as well, or you just, okay, so good.
Correct.
So let me ask you, the GRT numbers that you presented are not where you are, where the funds are being dispersed. They provided that in the revenue estimating conference, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. So still give me what is your GRT taxes projections? Is it the 5 million or it's more?
It'll be slightly more, just from the Envision program, but that 5 million, we're expecting about 7 million coming from 7 to 8 million coming from HFA with the other small contractors that we have.
Okay, so about 7 to 8 million. But did you report that in your in the revenue estimating conference slides that you presented?
No, we focused on what we knew was coming in, which was the FEMA funds. Like I said, for example, most of our housing projects are exempt from GRT when the contractor bills from us.
I understand
so
that.
there are no GRT taxes.
I get that. I get that. So are you saying that the GRT projections that you provided us was not inclusive of even the small amounts that you intend to receive in FY, the small projects that you intend to complete in FY 2021.
No, it really just focused on the larger FEMA projects.
But you do realize that all revenues is important for us to count all revenues, or is it what would be the reason to hold that back? Over that
Just because
information?
it's going to be minuscule in comparison to everything else in terms of the dollar amounts received, because I said most of our projects are exempt from GRT.
I understand, but every dollar counts, and every project that you are anticipating working on, we need to know. So, and that's the purpose of the Revenue Estimating Conference, to estimate all revenues that's coming into the territory. So because you basically said you perhaps will see another, I think what you said, another, in total, about another 2 million, 2.5 million, that's not negligible.
Hopefully, and that's...
Senator, if I could add some clarity, their numbers for their projects are in our numbers. We don't have, like you mentioned, we don't have the housing numbers because then, they don't pay the taxes, but any of those projects are in our numbers, in ODR's numbers, those projections.
And that, but I'm trying to be clear that whatever the Housing Finance Authority is in fact managing, whatever contracts, etc., is it that it's only the $100 million? And I think that the answer is no.
So,
just seeking clarification.
For example, WAPA. If WAPA, the 75 million that's paid out for WAPA, say that produced GRT, and that will be accounted for in WAPA's budget, not in HFA's GRT projections.
CFO, Mr. Griffith, I understand. So I'm going to ask you one more time because I'm spending a lot of time on this. I totally understand that if it goes to WAPA, it counts on WAPA's GRT. My basic question is, the $100 million that you noted here for the FEMA reimbursement, is that the only gross receipt that we should be expecting to have been earned direct by the Housing Finance Authority? That's basically the question.
That's 98% of it.
Okay, and that's why I'm trying to get out of 2%, but you're running me around.
Yeah, so yes, we have other GRT that we can provide, and we can give you an estimate for those two as well.
That's the question. As negligible as it may appear, it's part of our revenues for whatever fiscal year it is. So I don't know that we should be holding back any information. So I totally get it that whatever is procured by the respective agencies, they are the ones that present the GRT. So that's not something that I don't have an understanding of. I don't really have any other questions because, like I said, this is a Committee on Finance meeting, and my primary concern is that we are able to move these projects along, and if there's anything that the legislature can do to, in fact, move your projects along as it relates to what we have codified and may need to be changed, then, that's what we should do. We are in a unique situation. I think I heard Mrs. Octolin say very excitingly that, the funding that we have and the projects is like carnival. And in order for us to make things happen, we also have to make sure that we are doing our part from the legislative perspective. So I am here to assist in any way that I can. I have been contemplating exactly what you talked about as it relates to that $100,000 cap, because a lot of times it may not be a structural project. It may be a non-structural project that still has to go to Public Works. And I think in your testimony, you talked about the myriad of projects that you have that's basically waiting in line at Public Works for approval. So whatever we can do to assist, I'm here and prepared to do that. And I'm sure that my colleagues are here to do likewise. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Gregory. Ms. Actolin, in reference to the report that you have, I noticed that you have obligated, not obligated, which is what we wanted, funded, not funded. You have some categories of funded and then solicitation. So solicitation means that it has already gone out to bid or in the process of sending it to bid.
Yes, that means that it's out for solicitation, that it's out to bid.
Application development, I'm seeing UVI Multipurpose Center, some $45 million. Funding,
yes.
Application development. Who is developing the application for UVI? And what does application development mean? Application to FEMA, to what?
Application to HUD, to HFA.
To HFA.
So they're working, they have.
Okay, who's working on that application? The university or a contractor?
The university in conjunction with O'Brien.
Okay. And we have a targeted date for the completion of that application?
That application was submitted and it's currently being reviewed by HFA.
Excellent. And you have a time period, Mr. Griffith, to get the application out?
Yes, sir. That application was submitted last week, and we're in constant communication with UVI, so we're hoping for a 2-week turnaround on that application.
Okay, excellent. Ms. Actolian, you know my question, dredging Schooner Bay.
So I'm going to yield to Mr. Griffith. He has the details on the Schooner Bay dredging and where they are.
Okay, before I get a long answer, Mr. Griffith, have you submitted all the requisite paperwork so that we can try to get the permit?
Yes, they're already going through that process, sir.
So you submitted to Port Authority?
There was nothing for me to submit for that one to them. We just had a meeting with their environmental team and our environmental team so that we can move forward.
So we are moving forward?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the permitting process is back with the feds?
Yes.
Okay, excellent news. Let me clap for that. I've been waiting to hear that for a long, oh my God. Finally, the road repair project for Gallows Bay. I'm looking for it. Is that funded? What is,
So the
drainage improvements to Gallows Bay is funded, so that's out to bid?
There's 2 different projects. There's a DPW project that they're working on a surfacing that's out to bid. And then there's also the hazard mitigation project.
Yeah,
for
the FHWA
drainage.
For drainage.
Yeah.
That one is out to bid?
Correct. Graciela, I'll let you go ahead and respond.
Good morning. That is actually, that submission is being revised. It's a bit delayed, but we hope that it's going to go to bid before the end of the year for this month.
Okay, and what is the next project for Gallows Bay? That one is a drainage project, and what's the next one?
Oh, that's just the surfacing, the mill and replace, temporary fix.
Okay. Senator Benter, you had some questions. Colleagues, I'm going to allow some more questions. We have the individuals here. We need to drill down as much as possible. This is going to be the last opportunity in the 33rd legislature to receive an update from these 2 entities. And just for the public record, we are trying to facilitate a meeting with FEMA, and that meeting will be next week. So next week, some members of the Finance Committee, along with other members of the legislature, would be invited to that meeting, but it's going to be at, more than likely, it's not going to be a hearing. It's going to be a meeting with FEMA itself to get some updated information. Senator Benter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Ms. Actolin, the 270 process, which we will be pretty much, will become non-existent for the territory, you will be the person who will be the identifier for, under the federal task, well, to the federal government primarily as a waiver to bypass FEMA. Does that come with some requirements that you've had to provide or achieve to be certified or vetted to pretty much steer this project in that direction?
Okay, I want us to be clear in the language used. We're not bypassing FEMA. It is typically the approval for payments is done on the local level, and then FEMA will come back and do audits in order to close the project out to ensure that the work was done in accordance with the regulations. So right now, after one of the 2017 audit, VAGO audit, they put the territory on 270. That means that we can't draw our own funds without FEMA reviewing the project first. FEMA is considering removing us from the 270 requirement as long as we meet the satisfaction for all of the documentation that we've submitted. After that, the GAR signs off on all of the payments before it goes to processing. I think if that answers your question,
And you're being,
if you want to know my...
And you're being modest because, of course, it's an achievement acquired as a result of your participation and representation of ODR and what you've been doing. So we're trying to find out, does this expedite the process?
Well, yes, because if it no longer has to go to FEMA, then we're shaving off at least 2 weeks off of payment. So, or with the typical time for payment processing is 30 days. With the FEMA, what we've been telling people that with the 270 process, it's now about 45 days. If everything is there, if something is missing, if FEMA needs clarification, then they will send what we call a RFI, and we will have to submit it until they're satisfied that we have met the documentation necessary to draw the funds. Now our responsibility will go back to the territory to ensure that that is done correctly.
Is that an achievement on behalf of the territory?
Well, I mean, being able to manage your own funds means that there's a certain level of performance that has been met by the territory.
Right. And yes.
So that's progress.
You're still being modest. It is progress. And it's part of those things that we're trying to really bring forward for the people to hear it as well when it happens, so that there are some achievement that we can applaud, as the chairman applauded for one of the aspects of it, and applaud on this as well, because this has been one of the red tapes that we've had of continue to supply and go back to the drawing board and resubmit without having any real explanation. But now we have an understanding going forward with what's going to take place, that because of what's been handled in a certain way going forward, that we are now being looked at as far as being removed from the 270. Is there anything for the Schooner Bay that you've had before you to vet for the Schooner Bay dredging that you can talk about?
And again, I will yield to Mr. Griffith on the Schooner Bay project. That is a project that will be funded is projected to be funded in the mitigation tranche. So I'll yield to Mr. Griffith.
Mr. Griffith?
The Schooner Bay, as I said previously, that one will be funded underneath mitigation, and they're going through the environmental and permitting process for it. But it's in the next tranche, which will be submitted to HUD action plan approval on January 4th.
January 4th. You see, what I'm looking at is the quality of services for the territory in general, where things that happen simultaneously with each other rather than separate and apart by years or months. And how do we make sure there's a balance going forward with how we move it? So the match for the EHRVI, do we have the match, the $397 million plus?
The match is the $40-something million for that one. And yes, we do have the match funds available.
Okay, now let's talk about those individuals whose homes have been completely
2
obliterated.
minutes.
And those, of course, whose roofs still have the blue tarps. What can you say to the people who are going through this ordeal, or have been going through this ordeal for 4 years at least? What is it? What's the message you could send to them right now to let them know that things are moving forward to take care of them?
For the people who've been going through this for 3 to 4 years, what I say is stay in constant contact with us. I know the documentation that we ask for is a lot because it's a HUD-funded program, and I ask that you bring in every single dollar and every receipt that you have to show where you've spent any funds that you received before, because as I said before, duplication of benefits means that someone has received funds either from FEMA, their private insurance, or SBA. And if you have done that, bring in your receipts or bring in, we're also calling people to bring in their escrow checks so that we can move you forward to the construction phase. So everyone who hears the sound of my voice, just make sure you are in contact with your case manager and you bring in your receipts, or if you don't have the receipts, bring in the check for the fund so that we can move you forward and repair your home. And we're gonna get through this together. It takes a long time, but the end product will be good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your answers respectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Benton. We just got to get it going. You know, when people actually see the work taking place, that is when it's going to bring satisfaction, and that is why we push on a regular basis to try to bring awareness to the public as to what is going on. But we're hoping that we can really have a lot of these projects just begin that actual construction. It's actually in the second item, just so you could explain, the second item on your disaster recovery, you have the Richard School, and I know that we're doing the demolition now. The project cost that you have there, that includes the cost of the rebuild?
Senator, was that question for me? I just lost connectivity for a few seconds.
Yeah, that question was to you. The second item, Arthur Richards, you have, it's a construction, demolition, but the project cost that is listed, is that to include the construction of the new school?
Yes.
Okay.
So it will include demolition and the reconstruction. It's not a final cost because they're still in the costing phase to try to get more of the BBA opportunities included, which we expect will increase the amount that's finally obligated.
Okay, so that is the reason why you have not obligated?
Right, because it's not obligated yet, correct.
Because you have not completed what is the expected total cost of the project?
FEMA, yes, FEMA is still going through the costing for the project. That's correct.
Okay, and the plan of Department of Education is to rebuild that school at the Evelyn Williams site?
Yes, that is what they are planning to do.
Okay, so then that means that, but the Evelyn Williams site is not being demolished. So that is going to lead to a delay because that site is not being demolished. That site is not touched. And I don't know if I read anywhere here for the demolition of that site.
Okay, and that's a good question, Senator. That we have to use local funds. If we want to get that started, we'll need to use local funds to get that demolition going. This is a fixed cost project, so the total cost that is obligated would cover all of this. But if we want to expedite this project, we would need to use local funds to go ahead and start the demolition of Evelyn Williams while we wait for the funds to be obligated.
Okay, or use the original site.
Or use the original site.
Okay. Senator Francis, with some questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Williams Actolane, in respect to the 100 projects, what is the next step for those not obligated projects, the 29 that's listed here as not obligated? What is the next step for those? Okay, she freezed up a little bit.
Okay, you're back up?
I'm sorry, I froze again. What is the, oh, everyone's still frozen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Repeat your
Okay.
question.
You said, I heard, what is the next step for, and then
The not obligated projects, the 29 that's listed on the top 100 projects.
okay. So the projects that are not obligated, if they're funded through public assistance, that means that it's going through that 19-step process that FEMA has to obligation. So there's somewhere in either application development or costing or EHP or one of those steps going through to get the obligation, and we continue to work with FEMA to get the funds so that we can start the projects.
Okay, and in respect, you said that there's about 1,500 projects that that's involved in the process. However, you have certainly, I think the governor have identified at least the top 100. What happens to the additional projects? Are those?
Well, we continue to. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, we continue to work on those projects. I think that what's critical for us is that all 1,500 can go to the pike at one time. So what we say is that the top projects are those that give preference. So if you have a school project and you maybe have some other generator pad project, then the school project will go before the generator pad. So that's kind of how we use they give the priority for those projects, but it doesn't stop us from, again, working on the rest of them.
And can you speak for the benefit of the public? What is the oversight by ODR? I know that you're challenged by project directors and all of these issues. What is the quality assurance or the oversight that's employed, so that we can make sure that these projects stay on task?
Absolutely. So I'm going to let Deputy Director Watleton Francis answer that question. She's responsible for compliance.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So part of what we do here in the compliance division too, in terms of oversight, is ensuring that the funds are spent correctly on these projects. So my team now is working with many of the agencies that have smaller projects and are closing out of those projects, going in and doing audits, ensuring that all the rules and regulations of the FEMA program specifically we focused on are completed. And basically making sure that all these agencies have the paperwork in place so that when we go through the closeout process with FEMA, that information is available, it's correct, it's readily able to furnish, and we're not at risk of having to return any of the funds that were already used for projects here in the territory. So that's a critical part of our oversight in making sure that the monies are spent correctly.
Have there been any
audits on about 7 agencies thus far.
Okay. Have there been any commonalities in terms of bottlenecking where you continue to see challenges in the pipeline that then requires for you to step in? Have there been any commonalities in then being able to address those?
Senator,
are you speaking from the compliance perspective or overall project moving forward perspective?
Overall projects. I'm concerned about bottlenecking that continues to delay the projects. And how are we addressing those bottlenecking?
So I know Director Williams seems to be frozen right now, but one of the key things that we're continuing to work through is the procurement processes, and working, especially for the central government, working with the Department of Property and Procurement that also has a Department of Justice aspect in it in terms of contracts. And I know the director mentioned earlier about we have to take steps to sometimes walk things all the way through, ensure contracts are executed and every step of the process is completed. So I think that's part of one of the places and areas that we are working to try to make more efficient in getting these projects through the solicitation, procurement, and contract execution stage.
Very well. And is there any interconnect with the University of the Virgins in regards to some of the capacity building that have been discussed from time to time. Is there any tasking, any interconnectivity that's occurring to, again, get some assistance from that institution?
So, Senator, one of the key things, and thank you, Director Watlanta Francis, for answering the question for me. One of the key things we want to do is to get some training going. I mentioned forensic accounting. The Ernst & Young, who does a lot of our reviews, is offered to provide training as well. So create that public-private partnership and to give back to the territory and ensure that we build our local capacity. And again, for creating internship opportunities across the government for students with accounting, financial management type backgrounds.
Very well. And my final question is to the Director Griffith in regards to the University of the Virgin Islands multi-purpose complex. What is the status on that?
UVI has submitted their application to us last week, and we are in the process of reviewing it, and we have a two-week time frame for our review.
Very well.
And we'll be back and forth with them with questions. And I have an answer to your previous question, if you would like me to answer it regarding Armand.
You may.
Okay, so we've paid out to Armand a little bit over $2 million, and they've paid about $100,000 in gross receipts.
Very well. And obviously, I would like to see where the shift is. I mean, we spent $600,000 in contractors thus far, and then we have $2 million that have been paid for oversight. And so I want to be able to at least equalize that and create a balance where the oversight is equal to the contractors that's getting the work done. I know that that's not a fair comparison, but nonetheless, I think that we want to see where the projects are more completed, more so than just the oversight.
We've even come to you for help with that, so we definitely are in agreement with you.
Very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Gregory, do you have any additional questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair. Not at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. And thanks for all the information that both of you have provided today. Ms. Achelian, is PMP adequately staffed up to handle the number of contracts that are going through that particular division? Is that a bottleneck or is that a smooth process?
That is a bottleneck that we are again actively working on. They recently got a new attorney. The commission is also trying to build out asset management and other teams, but that is definitely a key point, where the process could get slowed. And the other key area that we need to, which is not necessarily a government area that we could address, is bonding. As more of these contractors get more work, they're going to exceed their bonding capabilities. And we're seeing where projects that have been awarded and waiting to go through the bonding process has been waiting for like months for the contractor to actually get their bonds. And that we're seeing that multiplying as we go forward. And that is an area that we're watching as well.
Okay, we just recently passed legislation yesterday that would allow the government to go to the banks to get some additional funding through a revenue anticipation note. Is there a possibility that you could earmark some of those monies from that run to help with the bonding capacity and work an agreement out with the contractors where we will not lose the monies that we put up, but it will just be placed there in order to get the work done?
As Senator is what exploring. I mean, this is something that I've discussed with EDA. They have a program, a bonding program. But we need to identify ways that we can fund this, but clearly this is definitely opportunity for us to be able to address and create a solution for this anticipated issue.
What would be the estimated cost you think that we would need to find?
Well, you know, these smaller projects, they have to have actual, you know, you have the DBE and where you can put up, it has to be the full value of the project. So, you know, we're looking past projects going more than 3-4 months. You know, the value of the projects maybe going up to maybe starting with 50 million.
Okay, thank you so much for the information. I'm going to allow both of you to put a closing statement for a point of inquiry. I'm sorry, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question to Director Acklin, and perhaps this could have been done on the sidelines, but for full transparency, I wanted to ask you whether or not you see an opportunity for a legislative liaison to serve or sit on one of your committees that continue to review these projects. I think it's so critical as you continue to talk about the possibilities of legislation or us being able to work collectively. Is there an opportunity for a liaison to be a partner on this, to be able to, again, glean and bring back information to the legislature? A lot of times, it's not that we want to be involved in the project, but nonetheless, we have a lot of the inquiries that's brought to our attention, and they're expecting some form of a response. And I believe that will present an opportunity for us to be able to get that and be able to respond rather than having to call you before us. A lot of times we could mitigate some of those situations. Do you see an opportunity?
I definitely, after our hearing today, I see a lot of opportunity for partnership, and we're willing to explore whatever that can actually look like, share information, as well as to garner your support for a lot of these overarching changes that need to happen. So we're definitely welcome to having that discussion.
Very well. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Mr. Griffith, one last question. I got a call from a homeowner in Monbijou that said they qualified for the Envision program, but they were just recently informed that their home is in a floodplain, so they're no longer eligible.
Yes, sir. And it depends on type of the flood. If it's a floodplain, HUD doesn't allow us to build. If it's in a flood zone or a flood, different flood markers, we can elevate or do certain things for them. But I would have to look at that one specifically to be able to give you a good response. But if it's in a floodplain, HUD does not allow us to repair the homes in a floodplain, unfortunately.
Okay, I will reach out to you with that specific plot number, home number, so that you can look into it. There's so many. I think we're going to have to push back and have a discussion with the federal government in reference to a lot of these concerns, because there are so many places on St. Croix that's a floodplain. So
I agree, sir.
They adopt these regulations that are literally for the mainland, for the contiguous states, and then they bring it to the Virgin Islands that has a total different topography. We saw that with the STEP program, where they were not accustomed to homes having cisterns and the structure of our homes as built. So I think that we need to have a discussion with HUD and with FEMA that we're in a hurricane zone. Half of the island is a floodplain. So some different allowances need to be made for the Virgin Islands. We can't just continue to be held under these stringent standards that are developed for the mainland. So have we had that type of discussion with HUD? Have we advanced that there need to be some allowances because the Virgin Islands is only so much square miles?
Yeah, we've had those discussions on the flood zones and flood plains, and we'll continue to have them. As you know, we've gone to HUD for a number of waivers and we've gotten most of them.
With the leadership, and not just those that are here, have we had high-level discussion with the leadership of FEMA in reference to some of the issues specific to the Virgin Islands. We looked at, my colleague just said Florida, which is a good example as to whether or not Florida have some of those same issues. The whole of Florida is wetlands to me. So, and they have had numerous hurricanes and have been able to rebuild. Have we had discussion to see whether or not we can make some changes, a high-level discussion with those in charge?
Yes, sir. We continue to have high-level discussions with those in charge for those issues, and we will push the floodplain and the flood zone issues even more aggressively. As you know, we got the St. John waivers, and we got a number of waivers. So, and those are waivers we got because of high-level discussions. And I'll look forward to getting that specifics from you. I have the number of people in floodplains, so that's something that we're actively tracking right now. And we're going to put together some strategies on that too as well.
Okay, and some of these developments, as Senator Banta is saying, it was built by the government of the Virgin Islands. I think Mambuju was a government project and then sold for home ownership, you know. So we just got to protect, because the person that spoke to me said, you know, I'm a school lunch worker, I make $28,000. There's no way that I'm going to be able to repair this home. And I was really counting and getting that additional help, and was elated when she filled out the application and everything. And she just received a call last week saying that that is taking place. But I will get that information to you. And I thank both of you for the information that you have provided to the public today, and I'll give you an opportunity to put a closing statement on the record. And
I'll go first and let
yes,
the
go ahead,
director close it out there. Senators, thank you for the time today. As you noted, these are complex programs that we're both managing. We've seen some very good movement in the programs that we have. They're not as fast as any of us would like it to be. I'd like to say thank you to my team, though, for getting the extension from HUD so that we've reset the clock so that we still have the 6 years on the disaster recovery funds. We're gonna have those tough conversations with HUD so that we can help families that are deemed ineligible because of the many rules in the Envision program, and we're gonna go hand in hand with them so that we can do different things. We have buyout options and relocation options. I know people are vested in their neighborhoods, but there are different ways that we can help the members of our community, and we're gonna explore every single way in which we can help members of our community to live in safe, decent, and sanitary housing. That's the mission. That's the purpose of the VIHFA. Everything else we do comes back to that. So just thank you for the time today. And we always are available if you get anything from the community that we can address. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Ms. Akhtaryan.
Yes, and I too would like to just express my appreciation. I'm walking away with a renewed energy in terms of the additional opportunities to partner and create overarching solutions to these problems. I mean, if the definition of insanity is doing things the same way and expecting different results, and being able to put our minds together to create strategies to address expending this $8 billion is always welcome. I want to, again, take the opportunity to thank my staff, because they work very hard to track all of this. You know, putting one report together requires a lot of tracking of spreadsheets, following up, the public assistance staff who we constantly get inquiries about payments and pushing that forward. And I'm telling them it's never enough, but they continue to rise to the challenge. And again, the hazard mitigation staff, who they hear from me all the time, but it's never enough. But, you know, I can't underscore how much I appreciate the commitment that they have to this task. And I just want to reassure the people of the communities that we are working hard. We push, you know, a lot of the work you can't see. You know, you're never going to see design. You're going to only, you know, we know that once you see hammers swinging, that is proof that we're doing work. And we accept that. We accept the challenge that we're going to push forward. We understand the importance of it for our economy, especially because of COVID, and just want to reassure the members of this body, as well as you, Mr. Chair, that we understand our fiduciary responsibility and will be pushing these projects forward, and I appreciate the support that you've pledged here today.
I want to thank you so much, and I think that a lot of times central government forget what is the role of the Senate, and what is the job of the Senate, and the Senate is we have to be able to provide the avenue so that individuals can get information and can be able to ask questions, and they ask those questions through the members of this body. So I'm glad that you were here today, and both of you have been able to answer all the questions that were posed by the senators. And, you know, we got to reach to the point where we understand that it's a system of check and balance, and we are here to complement the executive branch, but we must do what we need to do. And I say that to say that is why we had some pushback with the workforce development when we asked Department of Labor. But we want workforce development to take place because we want to train the next generation of carpenters and plumbers and electricians. And if we have over $1 million and it's sitting there for years and it's not being spent, and we're in the middle of a recovery of a disaster, and we're asking the question as to when you're going to get it done, and you're hearing, well, COVID have stopped it, but it never started before, you know, we have to be totally bothered by those answers when we are not providing the opportunities for capacity. We're not providing it. We don't have sufficient contractors. We don't have sufficient laborers. We got to develop that young generation to learn how to earn a good salary. I passed the Cuesta Verde, is a development that is being rebuilt right now. They're rebuilding some of the condos, and every day I pass there, it's older Eastern Caribbean men that are coming out. Excellent plumbers and masons, but they're getting older. It is time for us to get this young generation who's standing on the corners to train them to become contractors, to become certified in particular areas where they can make good money and don't have to worry about going to jail. They don't have to worry about hustling. But if we're getting money for workforce development and we're not spending it, the blame falls on who? And they don't really fall on the central government, and they don't fall on the senators. What are they doing for us? What are they doing for us? And we're pushing. So I just wanted to put that on, and thank you guys for coming. And you guys are dismissed. Thank all of the staff that have appeared before us today. We're going to take a 2-minute recess, and we'll get ready for the next bill. This committee stands in recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Colleagues, we have a couple more items on the agenda that is not going to take a long period of time. First, we have Bill number 33, that's 0355. Before I have the clerk read it into the record, and Senator Hodge explained that particular measure, I got to say that this bill was already heard in committee. We had extensive discussion on the bill with a number of individuals who testified. We had some outstanding concern in reference to the bill moving forward that related to the mirror tax system. We're going to be able to provide a testimony from Joel Lee, the director of IRB. And after we read his testimony into the record, we are then going to vote on that particular measure. After that, we are going to hear the act for Charles O'Malley High School. And lastly, we'll hear the bill proposed by Senator Kenneth Gittins, 33-0429. So the agenda have been changed a bit. We are going to have a motion made to remove bill request 20-1212. We still have some additional work that we need to do on that particular bill in reference to the excise tax, allocation of the excise tax money. So we're going to have that removed for further work, and we're going to bring it back as quick as possible. So let's, Madam Clerk, go ahead and read Bill number 33-0355 into the record.
Bill number 33-0355 is an act amending Title 11, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, relating to the Small Business Development Agency by adding a section 1266 to provide an income tax deduction to small businesses that employ persons with disabilities, sponsored by Senator Stedman Hodge Jr.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this particular bill?
You do.
Senator Hodge, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I'd like to really greetings to the viewing and listening audience, also to the testifier, as well as the committee members for the Committee on Finance. First, I want to say thanks to the committee for allowing this bill 33-0355 to come before it again. There are some amendments, additional amendments outside of the mirror code system that was questioned. One of the other concerns was bona fide resident, of which we have an amendment to address that as it relates to the domicile, person's domicile in the VI territory. Also, allowing the bill measure to only apply to new hires and also not to exceed a period of 5 years. The Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands had a number of concerns. The bill, we're actually addressing that through the amendments. And I'm really glad that this committee did its due diligence in terms of vetting said legislation so that it could be presented again and hopefully move forward favorably. The short version is that this bill offers a tax credit to small businesses that hire persons with disabilities. On a local level, it's a move in the right direction. In the territory, we do have a number of individuals with disabilities who want to work, who want to be treated as equal and not frowned upon in any other way at all. Many of us have challenges. Some disabilities are visible and others are not. But we should do our due diligence to empower them. The Center for Independent Living does a lot of work here in the territory with the visually impaired, those who are physically impaired, and the like. And many of them are being trained so that they can get into the workforce. So this is a move in the right direction that provides a small tax credit to those small businesses that hire persons that do have a disability. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you once again for allowing this bill 33-0355 to come before your committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hodge. Did you speak to your two amendments also?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I'll ask Madam Clerk if you can please read Director Joel Lee testimony into the record.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt Viale, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, members of the committee, all other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joel E. Lee, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on Bill number 33-0355. Thank you for your request to provide guidance on Bill number 33-0355, which will provide a tax credit equal to 5% of a disabled person's annual salary whenever that employer employs a disabled person. You have asked for the Bureau to respond to specific questions about the bill. The Bureau does not see any disadvantages to this legislation and is prepared to implement and administer the tax credit. At this time, the Bureau cannot determine the economic impact of the bill. To make that determination, the Bureau will need to know the population of disabled persons who are working and their salaries. While we do not have that to date, it is our estimation that this bill will result in a small reduction in taxes to the government of the Virgin Islands. The government of the Virgin Islands is allowed to reduce the tax liability of a Virgin Islands resident/taxpayer so long as the income is Virgin Islands sourced, which is met under this legislation. Further, the government of the Virgin Islands is allowed to reduce the tax liability of a bona fide resident of the Virgin Islands. This bill has been amended to include several ways to meet that requirement, which is acceptable under the law. The ultimate test for residency is already incorporated in the Miracle Theory, applicable in the Virgin Islands. It will be to the benefit of any taxpayer seeking a tax credit in the Virgin Islands to ensure that they meet the requirements to be eligible for the credit. In closing, the Bureau finds that this bill does not violate the Mirror Code. Title 26 U.S.C. Section 934 allows the Virgin Islands to reduce the income tax liability of bona fide residents so long as the income is Virgin Islands sourced income. Bill number 33-035 meets these requirements. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony.
Thank you so much for the testimony. So, colleagues, that was one of our major concerns as to whether or not the bill would violate the mirror tax system that we follow. We have clear indication from the director of IRB that it does not. And the sponsor of the bill have also provided two amendments, and one that speaks to individuals who are domiciled in the Virgin Islands. It gives a clearer description of what residency means, in particular for individuals who will qualify. And there's also an amendment that speaks to how long this particular deduction can remain in place. So, colleagues, I'm going to call for a request a motion for amendments. Amendment, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 33-931 to bill number 33-0355. Bill number 33-0355 is amended in internal section 1266B by striking paragraph 2 in its entirety and by inserting a new paragraph 2 that reads, 2A, bona fide resident means subsection 1, any United States citizen currently domiciled in the Virgin Islands for 1 year or more. Subsection 2, the holder of an alien registration receipt card formerly designed as United States Department of Justice Form number 1-151, domiciled in the Virgin Islands for 1 year or more. Subsection 3, a person who has attended a school in the Virgin Islands for at least 5 years or more, or is a graduate of a Virgin Islands High School or the University of the Virgin Islands and is registered to vote in the Virgin Islands. B, for the purpose of this section, a person shall demonstrate that he has been a resident for 1 year or more by using the date of issuance information from a W-2 form, a voter registration card, a permanent resident card, or a Virgin Islands driver's license. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Benta. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 33-932 to bill number 33-0355 offered by Senator Stedman Hodge Jr. Bill number 33-0355 is amended in section 1, internal section 266 by redesignating subsection B as subsection C and inserting a new subsection B to read as follows. B, the annual income tax deduction for small business provided in subsection A of this section applies only to new hires and is offered for a period not to exceed 5 years. I so move.
Motion. Amendment made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Benta. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Blyden.
I move bill number 33-0355 as amended, an act amending Title 11 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, relating to the Small Business Development Agency by adding a section 1266 to provide an income tax deduction to small businesses that employ persons with disability. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Benta. Roll call.
Senator Oakland Benta? Senator Benta, yay. Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yay. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, yay. Senator Allison L. Digazan? Senator Digazan, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Senator DeGraff, yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarro? Senator Sarro, yay. Senator Kurt A. Ville?
Yes.
Senator Ville, yay. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0355, an act amending Title 11 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, relating to the Small Business Development Agency by adding a section 1266 to provide an income tax deduction to small businesses that employ persons with disabilities, have received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda, which would be 33-0348, which is in block 2. I'm skipping one.
Bill number 33-0348, an act making an appropriation of $75,000 from the Centennial Special Fund to the Department of Education for the Charlotte Amalie High School Centennial activity, sponsored by Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I ask for your support today on Bill number 33-0438. This is a pretty simple and straightforward piece of legislation. I note that it says it was sponsored by Senator Donna Fred Gregory. However, it's sponsored by several senators, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Senator Janelle K. Sarro, Senator Kurt Ville, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, and a number of other senators, but I just want to make sure I put that on the record. We have been trying to move this legislation for, it's been a few months. We were trying to make sure that it occurred prior to the actual centennial anniversary date of Charlotte Amalie High School. But in any event, it's better late than never. The matters around the centennial of CAHS still remain very important to the community. And of course, Charlotte Amalie High School is the only school in the territory that has made 100 years, and that cannot be overlooked despite the fact that we are in the middle of COVID-19. The purpose of these funds is to including is, and without limitation, the production of publication chronicling the school's history, public education forums, memorabilia, etc. I'm just basically asking my colleagues to support this measure in support of Charlotte Amalie High School here in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Like those individuals who are here to testify in a particular matter, please put their name and title on the record. We have April Petrus, Director Jennifer O'Neill, and Irma Brathwaite Curtis, who is the president of the Charlotte Amalie High School Alumni Network. So I'll begin with Ms. Petrus. Can you put your name and title on the record?
Good afternoon, Senator. I am April Petrus, principal of Charlotte Amalie High School.
Thank you. Ms. O'Neill, if you're on. Yes.
Good afternoon, Senator. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Ms. Curtis.
Good afternoon. My name is Elma, ELMA, Brathwaite Curtis. I am the president of the Charlotte Amalie High School Alumni Network, Inc.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's begin with the principal. Ms. Petrus, you may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Greetings, Senator Kurt Bailey, Finance Committee Chairman, members of the committee, other senators, and the viewing and listening public. I am April Petrus, principal of CAHS. I thank you for the invitation to testify on Bill number 33-0438, an act making an appropriation of $75,000 from the Centennial Special Fund to the Department of Education for the Charlotte Amalie High School Centennial activities, proposed by Senator Donna Fred Gregory and other senators. As CAHS celebrates this milestone of having served this community for 100 years, I strongly believe that it is fitting that this body recognizes the significance of the accomplishment not only through an official resolution as proposed earlier by Senator Myron Jackson, but also through an appropriation of funds as this bill intends to do. The centennial of any individual or institution is worthy of recognition. This recognition and any accompanying celebration can provide a most valuable learning experience as part of the history and legacy of a person or institution that has survived and withstood changes and challenges of a society. Charlotte Amalie High School is an institution that has withstood enormous challenges, political, economic, and environmental, from its inception to the present. And through them all, CAHS has survived. No change in our political status and control, no hurricane, no pandemic has been able to stop CAHS from carrying out its mandate to provide a sound education to generations of students who have been able to live up to our school's motto, to excel always. These past 2 years can certainly be characterized as the most challenging, but we at CAHS are doing our very best to ensure that the legacy of CAHS is maintained. Our history is one that is to be cherished and celebrated. It is one that deserves public recognition. No one can deny the fact that CAHS has produced graduates that have had a tremendous impact on communities around the world. A CAHS who's who can fill volumes. From 1920 to 2020, there simply has not been another school like CAHS in this territory. And there probably isn't a continent or region of the world where you wouldn't find an alumni of CAHS. I am proud to be the principal of this school at this time in its history, and I join all other alumni in not hesitating to sing the praises of this great institution called CAHS, home of the mighty Chicken Hawks. This is unquestionably a significant milestone in the history of public education in this territory. So I fully support legislative action to provide funds for a meaningful celebration. Due to the coronavirus, plans for the large public celebrations and fundraisings
fundraising had to be abandoned, but there can still be opportunities to mark the centennial so that this moment is not lost on current or future generations. Production of centennial publication, markers, and memorabilia to reflect the milestone, video recordings, electronic outreach and marketing using print and electronic media, special centennial scholarships for the class of 2021, and implementation of plans for the next phase of CAHS all require funding. But the school has no available funds to effectively carry out plans to mark this centennial, even if full execution of some plans are held until this pandemic is no longer such a big threat to health and safety. As principal, I would be very happy and grateful to know that there is special funding for CAHS to appropriately mark its centennial. As the oldest public high school, which also has been the largest in the territory, CAHS deserves this recognition and funding. I trust that this legislative body would find the funding for the $75,000 appropriation. I would also like to request that funds be made available until expended as centennial activities can take place throughout 2021 and beyond. Just know that on behalf of the entire CAHS administration, faculty, staff, alumni, and this community, for CAHS has been a community school, I applaud and stand ready to accept this legislative appropriation to mark the centennial of the illustrious Charlotte Amalia High School. Thank you, Senators, for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Brathwaite. Spoken like a real chicken hawk. Coming from a Carib. We have what? Yeah, we have 3 Caribs in the house over here. Yeah. But I'm a combine a Carib that opened the Barracudas, which were one of the chief or main rivals of Charlotte Amalie High School. I wish that Janet Smith was testifying so we can relive some of those moments when I busted in. You're not allowed, you're not recognized. Ms. Brathwaite Curtis, and St. Croix will call you Irma. You may proceed to your testimony.
Yeah. Thank you. Senator Kurt Viale, Chair of the Finance Committee, all bill sponsors, and all senators present, good afternoon. My name is Elma Brathwaite. I am the president of the Charlotte Amalia High School Alumni Network, Inc. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. The CAHS Alumni Network is in full support of Bill number 33-0438, an act appropriating $75,000 for the Charlotte Amalia High School's centennial activities. It is my pleasure to provide a brief background about our organization. The CAHS Alumni Network was formed in March of 2019 to connect alumni and reunion classes of CAHS and to find ways for the organization to serve as a vehicle for graduates to support and assist our alma mater. 2 of our main goals are to offer scholarships to graduating seniors seeking tertiary education and to serve as a viable support option to CAHS whenever the principal indicates that our assistance is needed. The membership of the Alumni Network is open to CAHS graduates, former teachers and principals, parents of graduates, and friends of CAHS. The organization is registered in good standing with the Lieutenant Governor's Office. We are proud to have obtained our 501c3 status with the Internal Revenue Service. Currently, the annual dues of the organization is $60 and can be paid by check or PayPal. The CAHS Alumni Network planned a full calendar of events for the recognition of CAHS's 100th anniversary that included essential fundraising activities to fund the appropriate celebration of our centennial. Due to COVID-19, most of the activities have been postponed. On November 29th, the network hosted a virtual service of celebration and Thanksgiving, and we are very pleased with the response from alumni. It is our hope that our continued activities will serve to recruit more alumni to become dues-paying members to help with our future scholarship and charitable activities in support of CAHS. Since we are challenged in engaging in worthwhile fundraising activities, the network is seeking an appropriation in the amount of $25,000 to cover the cost of purchasing memorabilia for resale, with the funds being dedicated solely to scholarships. We are also in talks with instructors and steel panists to form an alumni network steel band for performances at our activities and possibly carnival festivities. The Charlotte Amalia High School has been at the heart of shaping the lives of so many in this community and abroad. As we stand at the beginning of a literal rebuilding era for the school, the CAHS Alumni Network, Inc. is excited to be in a position to offer various types of assistance to help in the rebuilding efforts. I thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brathwaite. Curtis, now Director Jennifer O'Neill, are you a chicken hawk?
No, Senator,
No.
I am not.
You're a Rotong or Virgin Garda?
I actually went to the BVI High School on Tortola.
Okay, I figured so. You may put your testimony on the record.
All right, thank you. Good day, Chairman Kurt Viole and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 33rd Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 33-0438, which seeks to make an appropriation of $75,000 from the Centennial Special Fund to the Department of Education for the Charlotte Amalie High School's centennial activities. As you are aware, the Centennial Special Fund was created for the purpose of facilitating the formulation of plans and preparations to commemorate and celebrate the 100th anniversary of the transfer of the Virgin Islands from Denmark to the United States of America. These commemorative and celebratory events were to commence on or before August 4th, 2016, and terminate on December 31st, 2017. While the legislative intent behind the statute that governs how the fund should be used is not explicitly stated, it can be reasonably inferred from the fund's stated purpose that legislators felt it necessary to create a mechanism by which to finance the centennial celebration, because it would be a significant milepost in our history as we would celebrate 100 years as an unincorporated territory under the United States with U.S. citizenship and freedom of movement for our people. However, long after the centennial celebration came to a close, the fund remains active, and according to the most recent fund balance report dated December 2nd, 2020, the fund contains a balance available for budget of $254,027.16, which includes appropriations and encumbrances available but not yet expended. On its face, it would appear as though the statute governing the fund, Title 33 VI Code, Section 3100UA2, only allows for monies to be used in furtherance of the commemoration and celebration of the 100th anniversary of the transfer of the Virgin Islands to the United States. However, being that the fund has remained active for nearly 3 years after the 2017 celebration, it would seem as though that is no longer the Centennial Special Fund's primary purpose. In fact, it would seem plausible to make monies available from the fund to finance events that are similar in nature to or that are on the same grand scale as the 2017 Centennial celebration. I believe that the Charlotte Amalie High School centennial activities, which include without limitation the production of a publication chronicling the school's history, public education forums, and memorabilia, falls within this category. As this school has reached its 100th year anniversary, a momentous occasion and one that fills many Virgin Islanders with pride, I consider the fact that the celebration falls during a time when we are faced with the COVID-19 pandemic, which may have consequently put a damper on any substantive fundraising efforts. Being that there are available monies in the Centennial Special Fund and the Charlotte Amalie High School celebratory activities are similar in nature to and are arguably on the same scale as the Virgin Islands Centennial Celebration, I fully support this bill and would be in favor of the $75,000 appropriation to the Department of Education. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I remain available to answer any questions that this committee may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. So, colleagues, there is sufficient funding. We had got an update as to the funding source, so the amount that we had in the post-audit report that came from the ERP system was not the right amount, so there's sufficient funding to make this a reality. I won't have a long period of time. We're going to go to a 2-minute round for those individuals who did not attend Charlotte Amalie, and 1 minute for those who attended Charlotte Amalie. So let's begin with Senator Blyden. You're recognized.
Sorry, Senator Violet, just
Yes.
wanted to say, if you allow me, the post-audit report that showed the 30-something thousand negative, what happened is that the brought forward balance was not included as yet, and that's why it was showing as negative. So, but the fund does have money in there.
Okay, and thank you so much for that explanation. Thanks a lot. Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I want to first thank the sponsor for bringing this legislation forward, and I do rise in support of this legislation, even on my devil way. I must say, though, that 2XL always is a very powerful motto and a very powerful statement. I know that there have been a lot of scholars and noteworthy individuals who graduated from the Charlotte Amalie High School over the years. And I believe it's worthy to appropriate funds to assist in the celebration. I look at the schedule of activities, and I do hope and pray that with this COVID-19 pandemic and with the vaccine that's coming online, that things calm down, whereas you can enjoy and participate with all the different activities I see here, like the boat ride, the carnival trip, etc. I'm looking forward to attending many of those activities, but I want to say kudos to the sponsor and to all alumni of the Charlotte Amalie High School. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. I don't need much time, but I do stand in support of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I'm also a former educator, so I have always looked keenly at high schools and what they do. And one of the things I always noticed at Charlotte Amalie was that they were always so proud to have a carnival queen. They used to put a lot of time and energy into making sure that whoever running from Charlotte Amalie is going to win, so they would flood the stadium with a bunch of individuals. And I'm hearing or getting information that I know I have a carnival queen here in the Senate with us, but I'm hearing there's a next carnival queen that possibly testifying. Ms. Petros, you a carnival queen?
Yes, Senator. 1991.
All right. Oh. Oh, wait. Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, at least we have a little bill we could laugh about. You are Carnival King?
Carnival King, 1983 to 2002, 19 years. Carnival King, thank you.
Senator DeGraff. Carnival King and police officer, that kind of got strange. during your testimony, if you could explain that one to me, please. But I know you're a sharp guy. You like to dress, so I think you probably just wanted to dress up on one stage. Senator Saru. Ms. Carnival Queen, go ahead to our next Carnival Queen.
I don't even know what to say. I remember the day I graduated from CAHS in the gymnasium. I cried from the time we were in the back lining up marching, and I'm not emotional, but I cried in the back line up when we had to march. And then as the class president of the class of 2003, I couldn't even give my speech on stage because I still look teary-eyed because it's an experience. And the school as community, I mean, when the school bus drop you off in front of the school at 6:30 a.m. from Bodo, and you are on the school grounds until 7, 8 o'clock at night, that is your life. And the school took very good care of us, from being the drum major of the Chicken Hawks marching band. And, you know, the cadence right now, when you do CAHS and the moves, we change the cadence. We change the kickoff, because we were headed to the Rose Bowl and we wanted a new kickoff. So the class of 03 is responsible for that. And then the athletic department, you know, we're in the gym from, you hang out in the gym in the mornings, and then lunchtime you're in the gym again, and then after school you're in the gym between basketball, volleyball. So the school is community, and Chicken Hawks have a sense of entitlement. We have an air about us. And when we walk in a gym or any place or in an auditorium, we know that we win the game already. We just know we're it. And that's a belief and a pride that was instilled in us from the time you enter the gate, from, you know, so, and the legacy continues. So I know we have the good Barracuda principal who cringing every time because he was our rival, but, you know, we really beat him up on the court, and I knew, you know, we used to stress him out. But I want to thank the school for what they've done, the legacy they've created, the leadership, past leadership, present leadership, and I'll never forget what's the song? What the song called? Alma Mater? What do you call it? Yeah. Oh, great and noble high school, how much we owe to thee. Our grateful hearts will always live wherever we may be. And colleagues, when you call the name of the school, it is Charlotte Amalia. Okay? Put some respect on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Saru. And I say it like the Crucian, Saru. I would be remiss if we don't mention Ruth Thomas, who recently passed away, education stalwart, former principal of Charlotte Amalie High School. So it's a good and fitting time to just acknowledge and send condolences to her entire family circle. Senator Carnival King de Graaf, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, a quick moment of silence for Ms. Ruth Thomas. That was my principal. Thank you, everyone. Much respect. Ms. Ruth Thomas demanded excellence from us. And in that, not academia alone, sports, everything you did to represent Charlotte Amalie High School, she wanted the best of you out there. So it's fitting that we do recognize her as a part of this whole celebration also, my principal. So for the Carnival Kings, I was asked to escort a young lady in 1982. She didn't win. And in 1983, Miss Lizette Turnbull, who was my Carnival Queen, didn't have an escort. So they called me again, and, you know, the rest is history. And I went until, I reigned until 2002. So, you know, I have experience. Again, kudos to the sponsor of the bill. Thank you very much. You know, Chicken Hawk pride is like any other pride. Carrot pride, Barracuda pride, Ray pride, Devil Ray pride, Nazareth Bay pride. However, CAHS pride is all of those on steroids. That's how I describe being a chicken hawk. And I spent a year in Baghdad, Iraq, when I went overseas with the military to war and met a chicken hawk over there. So it is true, we are all over the world. But again, Ms. Petros, the present principal, thank you for what you're doing for the generation. Do appreciate it. Former Carnival Queen, Ms. Brathwaite, Curtis, thank you for what you are doing also. But you know, I'd like to say, I'd just like to ask Ms. Petros, when your teams in athletics travel to St. Croix, or even, I guess, over to St. John at a certain time, did you give them a briefing as to what you expect of them?
Of course, Senator, I have high expectations for my students. And I remember coming on board last school year, meeting with the football team. I told them that we needed to change some things, and starting with their attire when they had game day. You know, usually you wear the jerseys, and I didn't want that for my young men. And I told them I wanted them to wear long sleeve shirts, a tie, and dress pants. And initially they were totally against it. And after the first dressing and all the girls started to flock around them, they came to me and said, Ms. Petros, I like the idea. I really, really like the idea. So from then on till the final game, they always dress in their long sleeve shirts, ties, and dress slacks. So I always remind them that we have a history of being champions, and they should continue it.
And I thank you for that. And I just mentioned that because I could remember the briefing Principal Ms. Ruth Thomas gave us when we were going to St. Croix to play athletics. And I'm sure Principal Vele did the same, or my colleague, I'm sure he did the same. So again, to the sponsor of the bill, I support this bill 100%. Thank you for that. I will make sure my name is attached permanently. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Benta. You know, a little simple bill is bringing out some good memories.
DeGraff, not Benta.
Oh my Jesus, Senator Benta, Senator DeGraff.
Yeah, the chicken hawk.
I'm sorry for the longest reigning Carnival King. I'm sorry I made a mistake there. I gotta respect royalty. Senator Benta is letting me know that he used to wear his long sleeve back in Central back in the 80s too. And Senator Francis saying that he had about 10 different seams and his shirt. He used to pull the 10 seam on the back just to let everybody know he was the best and sharpest person going to school. But Senator Benta, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just memories, it's wonderful to laugh. I want to thank the sponsor of the bill as well. And I would ask Ms. the president of the committee if she can actually tell us how many people to date have registered to be members of the committee for the CAHS. Let's see. Ms. Brathwaite, I'm sorry.
Okay. I think we still have a slow start. I think we have dues paying members, I think we're just about maybe 20. So we have to get that up, those numbers up. And we're hoping that with the centennial activities, we'll get there. But it's a really slow start.
Yeah, it's a really momentous occasion. And for those who are listening, which there are many, to remember their alma mater and remember from all those experiences they've had, and so many of whom have passed. We're talking about 100 years, and there's been a significant amount of individuals who are no longer with us. But those who are here with us, the Carnival King and the ex-Carnival Queen, that I'm pretty sure that we can motivate the people to be a part of something that becomes an icon for those to follow eventually. This is going on in history. So I rise in support of this, of course. And of course, I was not always one of those good young boys going to school either, because I learned what knowledge is power became after I almost got suspended at Central High for going to McDonald's to buy the young ladies some Mickey D's. And of course, in coming back on the campus, to the Central High, of course, when Mr. Ross said, well, you know, you're going to get suspended. We right at the time of taking exams, final exams. He said, what's your name? And my name became Alexander Paul for that day. So in graduation, when I walk across the stage and they call my name, he said, Mr. Alexander Paul. I said, my name is Oakland Benter, sir. So knowledge is power. So congratulations to the bill sponsor, and I definitely will sign on this. And for Ms. Brathwaite and Ms. Petrus, I listened to your testimonies collectively, and I would say that you represented, with all aspects of the tremendous that goes with it, that the future of education, and for those who have been a part of this system, that you are being recognized today. So put your names down, join it, so that your names can go down in the tabloids for the future to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Benter. Senator Francis?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I certainly will be supporting this measure at the appropriate time, as I'm not a member of this committee, but I want to certainly recognize and thank the principal of the school, Ms. April Petrus, as well as the president, Ms. Elmer Brathwaite, for bringing forward and supporting this particular measure, as well as the bill sponsor. You know, at a time like this where we make light moments, it's unfortunate that we continue to fight court cases to actually have VI history taught in our schools. And it's critical that we continue to really implore our students to know their history. If you don't know where you came from, how in the world are you going to know where you're going? You know, so yes, I think that this history is important, and I've taken an opportunity to look at the centennial activities schedule that have been put together. And again, I really want to commend those individuals that took the time out to recognize 100 years of existence, because I think it's critical, and more importantly, that we'll be able to reach back and be able to, again, have that discussion in respect to, you know, where we have been. And when you look at it, 100 years, that means that we go on a little back to 1920. That's older than my mother. That's probably my grandfather might have been around at that time. So it's important that we continue to do this. When I look at the history of the Christiansted High School, it started back in between 1930 to 1935, you know. So yes, we're also coming up on our 100th year, but certainly CAHS, you know, 100-year anniversary, I think is commendable that we're recognizing that and we're paying tribute and commendation for that time period. So I look forward to the event and to hear from our Director of Office of Management and Budget that we do, in fact, have her support and there's money available. I expect a quick turnaround, that they could certainly have the money necessary to do whatever activities they have earmarked. When you get her blessing, all is done. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much. And we know you don't get a blessing too often. Most of the time it's like, no, it's it doesn't have it. It's for something else. It's so. Senator, the sponsor, is anybody else over there? Any other chicken hawk in the room on St. Thomas? Or you're the last one there's the bill sponsor? We're not hearing the bill sponsor. And,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you now. I need to know if you're a chicken hawk.
Okay, good. So, you know, I listened to the conversation, and what I specifically note is that it actually took a chicken hawk to help out a barracuda to be great. Because you know that once the chicken hawks were coming to meet the barracudas, the barracuda principle of all night. So, in as much as he's a Carib barracuda, I'll tell you this much: chicken hawks have helped to shape who he is today as well. So we want to thank the chicken hawks for that. I know there's no denial there. But I'm always cautious about I'm always cautious about having the chicken hawk, barracuda, Devery, Carib conversation since I served as commissioner and now I'm a senator, because you know you could get in trouble. So I am just going to say we can't help but to show off the chicken hawk pride. but all schools matter. All schools matter. And I agree with the principal, and I want to thank both Ms. Petros and Ms. Bratwitt Curtis for their great, wonderful testimony today, and taking the time out to be here. And I agree with Ms. Petros that no hurricane, no COVID-19, no structural challenges can stop CAHS. So CHS is a great school. It has produced great Virgin Islanders. As we look around, we see doctors, lawyers, nurses, you name it, senators, commissioners, governors. So Charlotte Amalie High School definitely have a lot to be proud of as an institution that has built so much here in the territory. But it's interesting that we talked about, Mr. Chair, can I have 5 more seconds? It's interesting that we talked about Queens, Carnival Queens, and Miss CAHS. So I am here to report that I actually ran for Miss Charlotte Amalie High School in 1983, and I was the second runner-up. I didn't win. And interestingly enough, the young lady who ran for Carnival Queen that year, she ran against me, and she was third runner-up. But my parents didn't really have the money to push me forward to run for Carnival Queen. So I saw that I missed an opportunity to be the Carnival Queen with my good colleague, Senator DeGraff. So we all have a lot in common. And of course, the other piece that I miss is the fact that the other thing that's so critical about this is not only the sports, it's also the Mat Conks and all those other type of activities, the academics that our Barracuda principal had to really stay up late in the night over. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues, and most definitely I want to take the opportunity to offer my condolences as well to the family of Miss Ruthie Thomas. She actually was my principal and a great long-time educator that has made significant contributions to the United States Virgin Islands. So we have a lot to be proud of as Virgin Islanders overall, and this is just one of them. I'm not going to abuse any more of my time. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time, and colleagues, thank you for the support on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. We are going to designate you as Miss High School runner-up, so do not worry about it. You are fitting of a crown, so we will make sure that we have the good Carnival King who saw for umpteen years, that we will have a little coronation ceremony for you, okay, as we pass this bill. Colleagues, let's vote on this thing and get it out of the way. Thank you, guys. Ms. Petros, Ms. Bratwitt, if you can put a closing statement on the record, and we're going to vote on this.
Okay, thank you, senators, for the opportunity, and Director O'Neill, and all senators, all chicken hawks and all non-chicken hawks, sorry. But thank you for this opportunity. As I said, the school really does deserve the recognition and the funding. And though we may not be able to have the celebrations right now, there are other things that we can do in the interim as we wait for COVID to leave us. And so thank you for the opportunity. May the legacy of the mighty, mighty Chicken Hawk continue for another 100 years.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bratwitt.
Thank you. On behalf of the Charlotte Amalie High School Alumni Network, we thank you for allowing us to be a part of the hearing. We are truly excited about celebrating our alma mater's centennial anniversary, and we are grateful for the funding for us to do so in CAHS fashion. So, Senators, we thank you so much for your support.
Thank you for your testimony. Motion, Senator Gregory? Now let me let the high school from Totola put a closing statement on the record. East End.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Vealy. I want to say that my new attorney here at OMB is also a former Carnival Queen from CAHS, Miss Cherise Woods. So she was the one that wrote my testimony, and she was very proud to write that. So I wanted to put that on the record. So we have CAHS Chicken Hawks in here as well.
All right, that's good information to know. Very good information. The bill sponsor, motion?
I move that Bill number 33-0438, an act making an appropriation of $75,000 from the Centennial Special Fund to the Department of Education for the Charlotte Amalia High School Centennial activities be favorably approved by this committee and forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Saru. Oh, sorry, Queen Senator Saru, she said. And Senator Benta and King Senator DeGraff.
Yes, thank you.
Correct the motion made by first runner up, Senator Gregory. Roll call.
Senator Oakland Benta. Senator Benta, yay. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, yay. Senator Allison L. Degazan. Senator Degazan, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Donna Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator Sarro, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Kurt A. Viale, yay. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33, that's 0348, an act making appropriation of $75,000 in the Centennial Special Fund to the Department of Education for the Charlotte Amalie High School Centennial activities, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, let's take a 1-minute recess, and then we're going to hear the last bill. Before I go to that, can I get a motion to remove bill request 20-1212? Motion, Senator.
30-04.
Sorry. Thank you. And it is bill 33-0451.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Sarro.
Mr. Chair, I move that bill number 33-0451, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, to add Section 3066A, enacting the Virgin Islands Government Employees Retirement System Stabilization Fund, be removed from today's agenda and be heard at the call of the chair. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Sarro, seconded by Senator Benta and Senator Blyden. Roll call.
Second.
Senator Oakland Benta. Senator Benta, yay. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Allison L. Degazan. Senator Degazan, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Donna Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Janelle Sarro.
Yes.
Senator Sarro, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yeah.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0451, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 111, to add Section 3066A, enacting the Virgin Islands Government Employees Retirement System Stabilization Fund, has been removed from today's agenda at the call of the chair. This committee stands in recess for 1 minute. The Committee on Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda, which is Bill number 33-0429?
Bill number 33-0429, an act authorizing the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation to make an offer to purchase Plat Number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby, St. Croix, for the purpose of reconstructing and expanding the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center and providing for the funding of the purchase. Sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Invited to testify are the Honorable Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement, Dr. Olivine Annie Treasurer, St. Croix District Governing Board Chair, Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center, Dama Williams, Interim Chief Executive Officer, Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Testifying on this bill, we have Commissioner Anthony Thomas, Dr. Ann Treasure, and Dima Williams. Can you go ahead and put your name and title on the record?
Good afternoon, Attorney Siobhan Thomas on behalf of our interim CEO, Dima Williams, for the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center.
And next. Do we have Dr. Treasure? Okay, only, who just introduced himself? Moorhead alone? Siobhan?
Hi, good afternoon. Chanel Moorhead, Acting Chief Financial Officer, JFL.
Okay, thank you so much. And we had Dr. Treasure earlier. I don't know if she's still there, or we have Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to board a flight, so please forgive me, Senator. I'm going to have Mr. Richards sign in and do the testimony, but I'm just saying good afternoon, Commissioner Thomas, Department of Property and Procurement.
Okay, so let Mr. Richards go ahead and sign in, or do you want to go first? How long was your testimony? Your flight is even, 20 minutes?
Well, they're just getting ready to call us for the flight, so I'm going to be going on the plane. So I'm going to have Richard sign in. It's a quick testimony, and then he could read it.
Okay, not a problem. So go ahead and instruct him to do that. And we will begin with the testimony from the Juan Louis. No, I'm sorry. We have to go to the bill sponsor. But let us take a 1 quick minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Who is going to be doing the testimony for Wang Louis Hospital?
Good afternoon, Senate Chairman Kurt Violet. Siobhan Thomas will be doing that testimony, sir.
I went too quick. I'm just skipping over Senator Gittens. Senator Gittens, who speaks to bill, this particular bill? Senator Gittens, you recognize. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, all. Today, I'm proud to introduce Bill number 33-0429, an act authorizing the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands Government Hospitals and Health Facilities Corporation to make an offer to purchase plot number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby on St. Croix, for the purpose of reconstructing and expanding the Governor Juan Francisco Louis Hospital and Medical Center, and providing for the funding of the purchase of this property, which is directly adjacent to the current facility. Acquiring this land for construction of the new hospital could speed up the construction process by months or years and save us a great deal of money while minimizing disruptions to the staff and those under care at the Juan Francisco Louis Hospital. Purchasing this land for construction of the new hospital also allows us to move forward almost immediately rather than waiting on demolition of the current structure and establishing temporary or modular facilities. The existing hospital can continue to operate without interruption until the new hospital's construction is completed, and the expanded footprint of St. Croix's healthcare facility may also allow for the possibility of new services being made available for residents and visitors alike. St. Croix needs quality health care, and a state-of-the-art hospital is critical. Building a new facility adjacent to the current hospital will save us time and money and ensure continuity of care. Once construction is completed on the new hospital, we can repair and repurpose the current structure to further serve the needs of St. Croix. While the bill seeks some 1.4 or speaks to 1.4 million, the bill will later be amended to reflect that of 1 million and some other minor amendments. I also would note that I formally requested an appraisal be done through the Department of Property and Procurement in a letter to the Commissioner dated November 2nd in order to expedite this process. And to my disappointment, the department did not conduct the survey. With our current healthcare crisis, I firmly believe that we should be putting our heads together to find a way forward and minimize the bureaucracy and the hurdles so that we can make progress for the people in which we serve. Again, however, it's important that we act quickly on the legislation to acquire the adjacent property so that the architects have all the information necessary to complete their design using this new site. I thank you, colleagues, in advance for your support and your input on this measure, and whatever amendments needs to be made, I'll ask for your cooperation and ask for your assistance in this manner. I'm not a member of the committee, but I ask again for your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Now we will allow other individuals. I think Mr. Richards, are you there? Can you put your name on the record?
Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner for Property and Procurement's Property and Printing Division. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much. Let's start with Wang Louis Hospital.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt Violet, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, Honorable Finance Committee members, other senators of the 33rd Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands present, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Siobhan Thomas, Esquire, and I appear on behalf of Interim Chief Executive Officer Daima B. Williams as the Chief Legal Counsel of the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center. It is a pleasure and honor to testify before you on Bill number 33-0429, an act authorizing the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands Government Hospitals and Health Facilities Corporation to make an offer to purchase plot number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby, St. Croix, for the purpose of reconstructing and expanding the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center and providing for the funding of the purchase. It is my hope that this testimony will provide this committee with a clear understanding of not just JFL's need, but the community's need for the land for healthcare. Plot number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby, is approximately 3.6552 acres and would become the southeast quadrant of JFL's boundary line. A parcel map is displayed on the screen for your reference. Following my testimony, the committee should be equipped with the knowledge of the core benefits to JFL and the community as a whole in moving forward with this purchase. If you could just give me 30 seconds, we're experiencing a delay in the slideshow moving forward. My apologies.
No problem.
So I can see it. You can see now? But it's increase the size of it. I can't. From there.
Just enlarge it. Enlarge the slide. Start slideshow. You ready? Hit start slideshow.
Thank you so much for your indulgence. We will do it this way instead of the traditional slideshow because there seems to be an interaction between this and Teams. So we'll have to click through it this way. Nonetheless, following my testimony, the committee should be equipped with the knowledge of the core benefits to JFL and the community as a whole in moving forward with this purchase. We also look forward to providing you with the immediate and future plans for the land and how this purchase will advance the provision of healthcare in the Virgin Islands. For ease of reference, I have organized my testimony into 2 key areas. 1, funding source for the purchase, and 2, the purpose of the land. To assist with this presentation today is Acting Chief Financial Officer, Chanel Moorhead. Funding source for the purchase. We request the reappropriation of $1 million in funding previously allocated in the year 2014 through Act number 7967 or Bill number 30-0501 to rebuild and restore the acute care inpatient psychiatric unit. As you may recall, and as a result of the 2017 hurricanes, FEMA has deemed that JFL is eligible for a full rebuild to include a temporary structure built to house the hospital's functions while the new hospital is being built. The temporary structure, known as JFL North, includes a complete psychiatric unit inclusive of 4 state-of-the-art rooms, one of which is completely padded. The unit is a ligature-free zone and further includes 10-foot ceilings and tamper-resistant equipment and fixtures. All common areas are equipped with cameras, and the nurses' station includes a viewing glass which allows clinician visibility of all 4 rooms on the unit. This marks the re-engagement of beds in JFL designated specifically for inpatient behavioral health on the island of St. Croix. To reiterate, there will be inpatient behavioral health beds in JFL North and the new projected JFL Build project, which will include a state-of-the-art behavioral health unit. As to these funds, JFL received the release of funds memorandum from the Office of Management and Budget on April 21, 2015. From April 2015 to present, this funding remains untouched in JFL's restricted account. At this current juncture, the time and money spent on rebuilding the inpatient psychiatric unit in the current, soon-to-be demolished JFL structure would be better spent on strategizing and finalizing the state-of-the-art behavioral health unit in the new JFL, which may be housed on this very plot of land if purchased. The reallocation of this funding will provide enough to cover over 70% of the purchase price for the land. JFL is also requesting any funding the legislature can provide to cover the remaining amount. Purpose of the land purchase. Our vision is that this land will allow for us to expedite the process of constructing the new permanent JFL hospital. We plan to take lessons learned from the JFL North project and apply it to the design and build process for this project. The first lesson we seek to apply is that every opportunity for JFL to be efficient and agile must be taken. The land purchase provides JFL the opportunity to create a structure that would encompass the needs of the community as a whole as soon as plausible. First, to give an idea of our timelines, we start with the procurement process. As you can see, the procurement process for a large-scale project is extensive. To provide an illustration of the timeline, we start by utilizing the procurement of the architectural and engineering firm for the permanent JFL hospital as an exemplar of some of the time that we anticipate that it will take to procure a construction company and commence the demolition and construction of the permanent JFL hospital. To date, the board has approved FLAD as the architectural and engineering company for the design of the permanent JFL hospital as of October 13, 2020. The executed contract is pending. Based on research and discussions with healthcare builders, including FLAD, the planning and design of the permanent JFL hospital will take 18 to 24 months. The demolition and the remediation of the current JFL building will also take about 18 months or more, depending on what is found. On the slide, we have a timeline that would provide an idea of the timeline for the completion of the permanent JFL hospital project. However, if we are able to utilize the land that we are discussing today, we will be able to begin building phase 1 of the new hospital project efficiently as the current JFL building is being demolished. Beyond the construction project, the additional land would provide JFL with the redundancy necessary to ensure that we have several patient care spaces that can accommodate the needs of patients if there's compromise to the JFL building as a result of a natural disaster, for example, the landfall of 2 Category 5 hurricanes. Particularly, the wind speed rating for JFL North is 175 miles per hour. Creating a space that can be utilized for patient care in the case of a hurricane rating that is close to or exceeds that amount would allow JFL to continue to serve the community in its capacity as the sole hospital on the island of St. Croix. As we consider our diverse and aging population, the new hospital build project and the new medical campus would represent a vital investment that would serve as a viable economic engine for the island of St. Croix and further meet the existing and projected future demand for patient care. For JFL, that investment into healthcare starts here and now. In conclusion, the hospital facility that the people of St. Croix deserve must be able to accommodate advanced medical services, including but not limited to top-of-the-line imaging technology, telehealth, artificial intelligence, information technology, and specialties not previously available within the healthcare system in the territory. In this way, we can minimize transfers off island, minimize the risk of patient infection, which now includes COVID-19, enhance the comfort and healing of patients and the general welfare of staff and visitors alike. Other wraparound services, such as behavioral health specific emergency rooms, dialysis, outpatient diagnostic centers, and private physician offices will increase access to quality care and create an even greater positive economic impact to the community and the economy. I want to thank Senator Gittens for sponsoring this bill. I also thank Senate Finance Chairman, the Honorable Kurt Violet, and members of the Finance Committee for taking the time to listen to us today and support the needs of JFL, and also for the opportunity to provide this testimony to you today. I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Richards, you may proceed. You need to turn on your mic, Mr. Richards, and start over.
I apologize. Good afternoon, Honorable Kurt A. Violet, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, other members of the committee, bill sponsor, the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, other senators, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of Property and Procurement's Property and Printing Division. I'm appearing today on behalf of Commissioner Anthony David Thomas, Commissioner of Property and Procurement. Mr. Chair, I appear pursuant to our invitation to offer testimony on Bill number 33-0429, an act authorizing the Board of Directors of the Government Hospitals and Health Facilities Corporation to make an offer to purchase plot number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby, St. Croix, for the purposes of reconstructing and expanding the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center and providing the funding for the purchase. The Department of Property and Procurement understands the intent of the bill seeking to authorize the purchase of the real property and seeks to appropriate funding therefore. The department will support programs that serve the people of the Virgin Islands' best interests and welfare, or endeavors that provides for or allocates resources to the various agencies and departments to effectively fulfill their respective mandates. Consequently, the department supports the intent of the bill. Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 244, subsection N, authorizes the Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation as a public corporation to hold title to real estate in its own name. Therefore, the department supports the provisions for the corporation to acquire the proposed property in its own name and will lend support to the corporation where needed. Section 2 of the bill provides that any acquisition of the subject property must comply with Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, subsection 231A. We must point out, however, that as written, Title 19, Section 244, subsection N of the Virgin Islands Code does not include any references to the requirements of Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 231A. If the expectation of this bill is to ensure that the board of the Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation follows the process of Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, subsection 231A. However, we must be mindful of the required steps to comply with the statute. Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 231A outlines a detailed process for the acquisition of real property, which begins with the governor's determination that the particular property is needed for a public use. Subsequently, the statute requires the commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement to commission 3 appraisals to make an offer to purchase the property for the average of the 3 appraisals. If the property owner refuses the government's offer, the government may negotiate within upward of 25% with the property owner. If the government is unable to reach an agreement with the property owner for the average of the 3 appraisals plus 25%, the government may then choose to proceed with condemnation proceedings. Thus, an area of concern with this bill is that it sets an offer price before all appraisals required by Title 31 of the Virgin Islands Code could have been completed. If the proposed offer of the $1,400,000 is less than the average of the yet to be conducted 3 appraisals plus 25%, the board will need additional approvals from the legislature to acquire the property in excess of the monies referenced in the bill. In addition, while the bill approves the offer of $1,400,000, the bill does not constitute an actual appropriation from a particular funding source to be enforceable. Hence, in order to acquire the property, the board would still need a future appropriation to effectuate the purchase and comply with Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 113, Section 3101, which prohibits obligating the government unless there is an appropriation to cover the amount. The department further recognizing Section 4 of the bill provides the government may apply for federal grants and assistance to facilitate the purchase. However, neither statute, whether the real property acquisition requirement in Title 31 of the corporations and enabling statute in Title 19 requires advanced legislative approval to seek a federal grant. Therefore, the section does not rectify the aforementioned concerns with the bill, nor does it foster compliance with the provisions of Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 231A. I reiterate that the department will support programs that serve the public and the people of the Virgin Islands' best interests and welfare or endeavors that provide for or allocate resources to the various agencies of the department to effectively fulfill their respective mandates. However, based on the foregoing discussion, we support the intent of the bill, but it requires revision to ensure it is enforceable if passed. As always, the department is amenable to lending support in revisiting the bill. This concludes the department's testimony. I thank you again for the opportunity to be here testifying before you today. I'm ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richards. I see Dr. Treasure is on. Dr. Treasure, you're recognized, and just put your name and title on the record.
Go ahead. Good afternoon, Dr. Ann Treasure Hodge. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist, elected physician representative to the district board and a member of the territorial board executive committee. And I'm here in my capacity at the pleasure of the territorial board for this testimony today. Thank you to all the senators, Senator Vialet, for your hearing, and also to Senator Gittens for your bill and to the entire Senate and the people of the Virgin Islands. The Juan Louis Hospital and Medical Center looks forward to a future of immediate rebuild of permanent structures while we exist in our damaged facility before we move into our temporary hospital. The temporary hospital does not have enough square footage to house all of the activity that we had in the original hospital. Moreover, any new building has to meet the current regulatory requirements that were not in effect in 1982 when the original facility opened. And that means like wheelchair spaces, the size of rooms, etc. Furthermore, we envision a new and permanent Juan Louis Hospital that embodies bold concepts previously not imagined in our current space, including spaces for medical residents and students to train in the event that we have a medical school or a residency program, services never available before, such as, for example, inpatient rehabilitation, and a sleeker, more efficient building that we can immediately construct even before evacuation and demolition of the current space. Lastly, we ultimately will use that space not only to expand the services that we currently have to bring more revenue, but we will separate our clinical spaces from administrative spaces, allowing us to improve what is known as our TEFRA rebasing, which is a billing system, which should diminish or eliminate our reliance on the central government for funding. I therefore pledge my support and that of the Territorial Board for the purchase of this land with repurposed monies for the multiple physical, financial, and temporal benefits that the land provides. Thank you so much, and that is my summary.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Treasure. Before we begin with our round of questions, some concerns are noted by property and procurement that we need to see if we can get them resolved. Do we have appraisals for the property? Ms. Thomas?
My apologies. So we do need to acquire a total of 3 appraisals for the property. We have been advised that even though we don't have the possibility of getting 3 commercial appraisals of the property, that we can get 3 appraisals, period. So we absolutely look forward to doing so.
Ms. Richards, can you comment on that?
Commissioner, Senator, we'll be happy to assist the hospital in getting appraisals.
How many appraisals do you have, Attorney Thomas?
At this time, we have 1 appraisal.
Okay, so we would need 2 more appraisals and then look at the applicable formula as outlined in the VI code, where it's the average of 3 appraisals plus 25% you're allowed to mark up, Mr. Richards?
Senator, you can go up to 25% above, correct, according to the code.
Okay. In reference now to the funding, Act 7967, Council? 7967, which I was trying to pull it up here, but we're having issues with getting into our bills. But that was, I think my good senator here have a copy of the bill. Okay, I think you referenced the wrong. Senator Blyden, put it on the record for me, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask a point of information. You mentioned Act number 7967, but the actual Act number is 7697. Okay, that's the Act number. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
If my memory serves me correct, that was one of the measures that we passed back in the 31st legislature. October, okay, yes. And it provided funding for the hospital for a number of areas. I think at that point to include CMS certification. We had a company that was working with the hospital And we had actually given the hospital $1 million to open a psychiatric ward. I think one of the, I know it was a prime sponsor, I think Senator Francis was also, Senator O'Reilly was one of the main drivers at that particular bill. So the hospital was already given $1 million. So it is not new funding that we are seeking or that is being sought from the legislature. It would be to reappropriate funds that are already sitting at the hospital. So we would have to make the language in that particular section applicable or change the language so that it can be utilized for the land purchase. So section 3 and 4 would have to be stricken, and after subsection 231 in section 2, that would also be stricken, and the purchase price would contain the language as applicable to VI Code 31, which would say the average of 3 appraisals plus 25%, with the funding source being the monies that have already been allocated to the hospital. So there's some major amendments that need to be made. However, the question would be, how quick can we get the appraisals? Mr. Richards, can you get an appraisal this week?
Senator, we can. I can fairly say that I believe that we can engage appraisers. We have appraisers here that are based in St. Thomas that have appraised properties for us in St. Croix. So if geography has been an issue, I'd be happy to work with anybody to engage and to engage an appraiser that can travel to St. Croix and do the appraisal.
Okay. And Ms. Thomas, do you have somebody else that you can engage in St. Croix?
Yes, Senator, we absolutely can. Thank you.
And before Friday?
Engage, yes, and hopefully we can get them on the property as soon as practicable.
Okay, well, we do have, the Senate President is here, he always joins us. We do have one more session after the session on Friday, correct? Okay, so we'll have a little bit of flexibility. We have heard the bill. We have received testimony. Let's take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. To the testifiers, we want to thank you for your testimony. We're going to ask that you get the additional appraisals. Hospital, if you can try to get 2 more appraisals so that we can take a look and try to come up with what should be the figure to acquire the property. And then we are going to amend the legislation to make those monies available or to change the category that was previously earmarked, which was for the mental health repairs at the Wang Louis Hospital. And there was some million. We will strike that and make it available for the purchase of the particular land. So there needs to be additional appraisals, and then there need to be a meeting with the individual who is selling the property. And we might have a workaround with the 25%, but definitely we can't exceed a certain figure because that is what is available. So we have had a discussion with the sponsor, and we're going to try to get all of that completed because we have a next session which will be around the 21st, 22nd of December, and that is the earmark date to get everything done. So, Ms. Thomas, if you can try to get that information and forward it expeditiously to the bill sponsor so that we can work on the language. So, do I hear a motion?
Sir.
Want
We'll
to thank.
keep you updated with our efforts.
Say it again. We didn't hear you.
I said yes, we will, and we'll keep you updated on all of our efforts.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you, CFO Moorhead, Dr. Treasure, and thank you, Mr. Richards. We will work on this expeditiously. So the testifiers are dismissed, and let's have a motion. And now we're going to be holding this bill for the further amendment, and then we will move it out as a amendment in the nature of a substitute and special order it to the floor if we have all the information before the last session that will happen in December. Motion, Senator Benta.
1-2. Motion, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill 33-0429, an act authorizing the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation to make an offer to purchase Plat Number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby St. Croix, for the purpose of reconstructing and expanding the Governor Juan F. Luis Hospital and Medical Center and providing for the funding of these purchases. Mr. Chair, I move that we hold this bill in committee pending the submission of appraisals needed and further amendment. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Benta, seconded by Senator Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Oakland Benta.
Yes.
Senator Benta, yay. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Allison L. Degazan. Senator Degazan, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator.
You said yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
That was me, yes. Senator Gregory?
Can you hear me? I said yes.
Okay.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Janelle K. Sorrow. Senator Janelle K. Sorrow, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0429, an act authorizing the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation to make an offer to purchase Plat Number 7 Estate Diamond Ruby St. Croix for the purpose of reconstructing and expanding the Governor F. Wang Louis Hospital and Medical Center and providing for the funding of the purchase has been held in this committee pending further amendments. I also need to make a correction. Bill number 33-0438, the motion was made by Senator Fred Gregory, which was the right motion. However, when I read it back, I read bill number 33-0348. So I made a mistake with the numbers, flipped the numbers. So I would like to restate what I said. Bill, as the vote that was taken as a result of the motion made by Senator Fred Gregory and the second by Senator Blyden and Senator Saro and Benta, bill number 33-0438, an act of making an appropriation of $75,000 from the Centennial Special Fund to the Department of Education for the Charles O'Malley High School Centennial activities, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, want to thank everyone for the work that they have done today. We definitely will be setting up a government employees retirement system stabilization fund with dedicated funding sources. We have some additional work we need to do on the particular bill, but the bill will be coming very soon so that we can begin to write the system. I want to thank everyone. Colleagues, thank you guys for being here after a long day yesterday. And thank everyone, media, my staff, and everybody else. Ms. Pickard, thank you tremendously for your service today. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.